Hello, everybody. Uh, Trying to get everything set up. We're running a little behind today. Because there's just so much going on, right? So we'll get into that. We'll dig into it and see what's going on and how we can fix it. I didn't really have a lot to there's no intro or anything because we just have to dive right in. I'm falling behind. Um Got to get the captions and everything set up. So, lots of stuff. Lots of stuff happening. Let's kind of dig into some of that and talk about it. Yes, we'll talk a little bit about the Twitch acknowledged and what's going on with that, but it's really not a big deal for us smaller streamers. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll get into it. First point that I wanted to talk about today was the Kitsune. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. That's very cool of you. I'm not exactly sure how to say your name. Is that Aiden T? I can't. That's very cool. Thank you. So the first thing we're going to jump into about is the Kitsune, right? We found out a little information. We're going to start our stream and our game in just a sec, but we found out a little more information yesterday about the Kitsune. So, for example, did you know that if you play a Kitsune, you can get a +4 permanent bonus to your strength, your dex, and your con? How this is accomplished is, as a Kitsune, you're able to polymorph into a human. If you do that, the polymorph is not limited or restricted on time. However, that shape-shifting ability is considered a polymorph, which means the mythic feat Master Shape actually affects the Kitsune and will immediately give you a +4 to all three of these abilities, and it's permanent. It just doesn't turn off because you don't have to switch back into your Kitsune form. Don't smoke. It's pretty nasty. So, if that's right, then in my personal opinion, that puts the Kitsune above the Asimar for most the best class to play. Unless, of course, you're playing something that's going to make use of that master shape-shifting ability already, like a dragon class or something to that effect. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to put Kitsune on the top of the list for my personal best classes. That +4 to strength, dex, and con is no negative side effects to it. It goes on top of your class abilities, and it's just there. So definitely worth the feat, definitely worth taking. Next, I wanted to talk a little bit about this Twitch hack, right? Everybody's super concerned about it. Everybody is is talking about it. There's YouTube videos going up about it. Every few minutes, there's another YouTube video going up about it. So I did some research on it. I started my research. I was awake when it happened. And luckily, I was visiting a stream that was absolutely hilarious, and you probably know him. That was, I call him LJ. I'm not exactly sure how to say his name, but LJM. Very funny guy. He was doing a live stream, and he kept getting hit with questions about this. At that time, the hack was not confirmed, so it was kind of more, are you sure this is real? Is this really a thing, or is this another bot kind of attack, right? Well, I'm pretty sure it's real. Twitch did send out to those bigger streamers an email claim immediately letting them know that they're going to check into this, that they're going to see if it's real and stuff like that. It's probably real. Most people seem to be focused on the finance aspect of of this, but I mean, who's surprised that Critical Role's making millions of dollars? I mean, they're at the top of the list. Why would that surprise anybody? Um, it shouldn't, and it's just the way it is. I mean, everybody that's streaming right now and all your fans, they all know that you're making money. So I don't know where the finance thing came into effect here. But for little streamers like me, somebody that's not an affiliate, somebody that's not important, how does it affect me? Well, there's only two real dangerous situations that I've been able to research and see so far for littler streamers. And that is, our passwords could have been included in this packet. If that's true, change them. Enable two-step verification. If you had two-step verification already enabled, it doesn't mean your password's safe. So change it. Anyway, that's the advice that I got. I'm taking that advice. It was very helpful. Now, the next thing that hurts us is they release the source code for Twitch. Why does that hurt little streamers? You would think that would be a positive thing. It hurts little streamers because that source code can now be taken by other people that are wanting to create something similar to Twitch, and it could vastly open the market. That's a good thing, right? Well, yes and no. It means that a lot of changes could take place, and Twitch is already difficult to learn and to deal with. They're already got these really tight regulations and rules on things, so adding more for this is going to make it even harder for the littler guy to step up and kind of get known. And of course, overall, a hack like this just hurts Twitch in general. It just hurts them. Anybody that's streaming needs to be able to trust that their information, and it's not just a streamer, which is one of the downsides I see here for Twitch. They sent out emails to big hitters, but they ignored us little people. But our information could have been compromised. We are as vulnerable and as we needed to get an email as well. We need to be reassured that everything is okay. And it's not just streamers, right? Those people that are providing their personal information for credit cards, finances, donations, bits, that information may have been included in these packets. And Twitch needs to address this. And so far, their Twitter and their pages have not addressed this publicly. They have not acknowledged this at all. But we know that internally, they are acknowledging this. So it's kind of like, it's not cool that they're showing this kind of differentiation on a topic this massive, right? Yes, their heavy hitters got tagged here, but overall, this is a huge thing. They should include everybody in it. It's not an update. Hey, we're doing emoji icons that are going to be professionally made. It's nothing like that. This is a universal problem. It is not selective to large streamers and small streamers. All information was released on all of these streamers, no matter how much they made to how little they made. They're all on this list. So it's a thing. The next thing I wanted to talk about is your feedback. Yeah, let's just move past that, because ultimately for these littler streamers like myself, it's just not going to hit us that hard. It's not that dangerous. Change your password, step into two-step verification, and just kind of monitor what's going on. It's not a big deal, especially if you're not an affiliate. This is all about trying to create and ensue chaos. Let's move on from that, though. The next thing I wanted to talk about is that my streams have been running pretty solidly now for a little while, right? I think we're up to week 3, week 4. Don't smoke. And I'm going to start experimenting a little bit with some more things that I can do to make the stream more enjoyable. As you already know, I am an affiliate with Amazon. I have been for a little while now, and I'm going to start promoting some of those things from time to time. Um, not for not not to get you to buy something. That's not really the goal. Even if I wasn't an affiliate, that's not really what I'm pushing here. the The objective is just to kind of share some of the cool products that I got, like these lighters, right? Um, they're really cheap, like way cheap, and they came from China, and they were ordered on Amazon, and they're just they're just really cool, and it was super cheap. So I have the ability to give a discounts to those things and links to those things, and so I think that we'll start trying stuff like that. I also want to add in more effects and more stuff to play around with, polls and stuff like that, but I don't know how. So it's a lot, and that's the biggest thing, is that I don't know how. Being a streamer is a younger person's game for sure. And it's also very complicated, especially smaller. I mean, you've got things like community manager, social media, editing, audio, sound designs, film clipping, highlights, and so much more. I mean, you've got to learn OBS or Streams OBS and dig into this stuff. You've got to do all this stuff, and you're kind of doing it alone. So, am I doing this to become an affiliate? No, and I'm not even sure if I would become an affiliate if I had the numbers to hit it, because the numbers aren't going to support the ads. The numbers aren't going to support the revenue's not there. There's just not a lot of point to doing it. And if I did do it, all I'm really doing is creating ads for people. But there are some cool things that come with it, right? There are some really cool benefits that come with being an affiliate that have nothing to do with monetization. So maybe we'll become an affiliate, but I don't know. It's not I'm not pushing in that direction. I'm just trying to have fun and really enjoy myself and share my experiences with others. So we've done our talking. We've rambled, right? We're at this now 13 minutes. This is probably the longest announcements we've ever had. But it's good. We made some talking points. We kind of handled that over the Tuesday, after my dental appointment stuff, which is why we don't stream on Tuesdays. I do all my appointments and stuff on Tuesdays. After all that was done, I did a lot of research on The Abyss. I dug into it. I dug into the puzzles. I dug into the how to walk around, how to move around, so that I wasn't walking around blindly in this game, and you guys are just sitting there scratching your heads going, dude, do something. I really tried to get into the meat of it, and I even played a little bit with my offline character, the dragon that we're making. So it's gonna move hopefully a little more smoothly than the end of our stream did last time. Okay, enough of that. Let's jump into this. Also, I turned up the volume of are we in full screen? No. So my shortcut stuff, when I changed my password, all my stuff went crazy. Right? So I had to, that's why we're running late today. So I'm trying to bring up my my overlay, and it is not working. And this is why you start your stream and you check and get everything set up. Ah, it got disabled. Okay. Okay. Did that do it? Yeah. All right. We're good now. Like I said, I had to do all this stuff to get signed back in and stream. Sorry about the wait. Let's jump into this. All right. That's my dragon. We were in part. We ended on part 11. We should be on part 12 now. Into the Abyss. If the volume is too high, let me know. I turned it up a little bit because I noticed when I was reviewing things that it was just a little much. In the low department, you really couldn't hear it. Let's go over our character real quick. We are playing a oracle, following the angel path. We are lawful good. We are using a two-handed great sword. Currently, we're using our intelligence sword, Finn, and we are level 14. So, feat-wise, we're an ASMR. We took lame for our curse, and we took that so that because we're kind of playing the older guy, hurt leg, rugged, and he didn't choose this life to be a cleric. He didn't choose to be an oracle. He didn't choose to be an ASMR. He didn't choose to be an angel. It all kind of fell into his lap, and that's the RP aspect of where we're going. He is definitely battle oriented. He has got his skill at arms. He's heavy on the heavy armor and stuff like that. Our mythic path, we've taken a couple of things. We finally got our greater enduring, which allows us to take any spell that would last 5 minutes and make it last 24 hours a day. We can bind our spell books, which gives us spells way higher than our caster level, which is why we did it. We focused on our Sword of Heaven specifically because of that greater enduring. We took our Sword of Heaven, which is adding 2d6 holy damage to both spells, abilities, and everything while we're holding this weapon, right? And then we took Everlasting Flame, which makes our weapon last 1 minute per mythic rank, and now we hit mythic rank 5, and we took Greater Enduring, which means anything lasting 5 minutes, which we do, lasts 24 hours. So we can turn on our Sword of Heaven, and it just stays on. As we go further down the mythic abilities, we will take more Swords of Heaven, which we will increase the damage of it, the elemental aspects of it, and stuff like that. We also took on our path here, we took power attack mythic, we took improved casting, abundant casting, and stuff like that. So pretty standard all the way around. We're not a big summoner. Spell wise, we focus heavily on defense and buffs. That's when we buff, all of our spells are intended to last as long as absolutely possible, and we just buff, we're done with it, and we run up and kill stuff. It's a very straightforward build. It's worked extremely well, and hopefully we will be able to further expand on that. We travel with all girls, unfortunately, but they're just the coolest. We have Ember. She is a stigmatized witch, and we are using her as an elemental specialist. She is all about focusing on her elemental fire. We are even going to go so far as to take Quicken, so that we can increase the number of spells she's casting and the speed in which she is casting. We took Ascendant Element Fire, of course, because she is focused on fire. We took all of our... we rushed them, our Abundant Castings, immediately. And then we focused on our Evocation. We focused on Element. And we will continue to go in that direction. She also has Heal for spells, which is one that we will use. And Hellfire. feat-wise, we already took bolster, and we also took empowered, I believe. Yeah, so we took bolster and empower. And the next one we are going to take is probably quicken or selective. Or I mean heightened. Okay, we travel with Nino. Same thing, nothing very special or surprising here. Nino is our haste monkey. We use her for casting haste repeatedly for as long as possible at all times. All abundant casting, spell penetrations, stuff like that. I got this idea from another streamer that I watch. He has focused very heavily on Phantom Killer or Phantasmal Killer. It's very impressive. We are nowhere near his difficulty. Like, our difficulty class is 27, and empowered or buffed up, which we are not doing with her at the moment, it gets a little stronger, right? But we have not empowered it. We are instead focusing on disintegrate, and because disintegrate is cool. We also have some legendary proportions just because, and some Kai shouts. But really, she is almost all focused on haste, right? Just haste as thick as we can get it. Haste. So that's where we're going. Extended haste, as hard as she can go. We've got some various elements that she has. Acid arrows we just switched out to. And then, of course, magic missiles to default back to Phantasmal Killer and Extended Haste, along with Disintegrate, and finally some shouts. Okay, we are also traveling with Arusula. Very simple build, very focused on herself. We took some aspects for her spells, some mud, and just anything to really enhance her own ability. Feat-wise, Mythic is all bow. It's all bow. We're just focusing 100% on the bow. Keep her doing as much damage as quickly as possible, and it's working out pretty well. For Camilla, we've found out some crazy stuff about Camilla. She's totally nuts. We've taken our abundant casting. She's used as a buffer and a stabber. So we've taken some mythic feats to increase her damage and her ability to hit. Spell-wise, we almost all focus on healing, because heal is going to replace everything. We've got buffs, of course, and that's kind of where we sit with her, is just buff, buff, buff. And then we have Stila that we travel with. She is our paladin, and she is all focused on her self buffs. And then mythic path-wise, we have really focused on just toughness, making her tanky, making her damage a little bit better when she hits. We just got inspirational leader. We also took mythic beast to make her horse more of a tank. So that's our characters, right? We have been finding some really cool stuff since we entered the abyss, but it's gonna get crazy, right? It's gonna get crazy. So now that we've got all this taken care of, we need to rest, which we can do right now. Let's change out our food to something that will give us some skill checks. Here's one. Bonus +4 skill checks on a day. In addition, all armor penalties are reduced by 2. That will do. Total bonuses of alchemy. That's no good. What do we got going on here? Alright. And we really don't need anybody to scribe scrolls. So that'll put us over the hit. We're good. Oh, I'm still... Ugh. Man. I'm sorry, you guys. Today is just not my day. Very sorry about that. Good morning, Tineezy. Very nice to see you today. Sorry that I was in the game, but not in the game. That is just, I don't have a Stream Deck or anything, a Steam Deck, so I have to actually close the game, push the button. It's a process. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It should be fixed now. You know. Okay, so we have all our dudes sitting here. We're in our camp. I think we already spoke with everybody at the end of our last session. Yeah. Alright, so let's head back into the abyss. We need to actually talk to Greybor. Greybor gave us a mission. Let's see. Interesting news has reached his ears. They're hiring some cutthroats and some thugs. And he believes that this Willidos set him up. That completed it. Alright. So we have to find Willidos. Which means that we need to take him with us. If we want that mission to succeed. So if we find Willidos, we'll do a change out on party. Okay.
Watch out for trouble.
We're gonna head right to the abyss, but we're gonna take the way that we originally went, because there's a hidden item there that we didn't find. We didn't look. We did all this. I'm skipping through it because it is quite long. And its relevance is there. He talks a lot more about our mission and stuff, but it's just not overly very fun or interesting at all. Okay. Let's head in. We're not going to take Greybor right now. If we find this willow, we will deal with it then. But let's just stick with what we have. Okay, so we're going to turn around right here. We already came through here once, but what we wanted to do was come in here, turn around, hopefully we get it. It doesn't look like we hit our target number for the food, which is unfortunate, but we got the chest anyways. So, what we picked up here is a colorless one's remains, which we needed, right? And we also got a buckler. So, the colorless one's remains is pretty cool. It's Captain Kaz, famous pirates of the Abyss. He slew legendary monster called the Colorless One. This kind of goes into more of his history. As for what it does, I have no idea. I have no idea what this does, but maybe somebody will want it. We are finding severed demon heads instead of regular heads in our inventory now. There's no icon, it just shows up as a box. It's a visual bug, and I have already reported that to Al Games. Alright, we're using a +3 buckler that grants us a +5 AC against touch attacks. This is a +4 buckler, and if the buckler becomes the target of the spell for elemental damage, they gain immunity to that element for 1 round. Okay, well, it's better. Oh, it looks kind of weird too. Check that out. Okay. Let's do our buffs real quick. We are in the Abyss, so fighting is bound to happen. Oh, we didn't use our quickness of action? Okay, so this book that we found is going to give us a permanent +2 to our dexterity forever. Just cuz. So you click on it, there it is. We now have it, and our dexterity is permanently 16. That's just how it is now, which is very cool. Okay, let's do our buffs. We'll start with haste, just a regular haste. And then we'll come over here and do her. She doesn't have a lot of buffs for us. We'll just take... Actually, I don't even think she'll be casting these anymore. I may need to go back through and recast those with our character. Because it does have greater heroism. That lasts 1 minute per level, so that's 14 minutes. Alright. And then we'll probably recast all that with our character, because our stuff lasts forever. We're not going to take Sun Form. It's equal to the rounds of your caster level, which is actually really high. Our caster level, we're an oracle, but our spells are cast at caster level 19, which is really high since we're only level 14. But I don't know how that exactly works, right? Like, are we going to be able to do other stuff? I don't know. But let's do our buffs. Okay. We're doing just communal things, wards against harm, holy hymn. We don't need Aegis because we just cast the big one. We'll do righteous might, angelic aspect. I don't actually think we needed angelic aspect. And here it is, 1 minute per level, which means that I need to recast this death ward on everybody so that it lasts 24 hours. Oh, I found out that you can use magic vestment right? Which is now 24 hours. It gives a +1 per 4 caster levels, up to a maximum of +5 at level 20 to our armor class. And then you can also use shield, which is the exact same thing, just a different version. That greater indoor is just so insanely overpowered. It's just crazy. I absolutely love it. All our spells are lasting forever now. Anything that does round isn't going to last for as long, but it's very cool. And as you know, demons are chaos, not lawful. So we were buffing the wrong style right away for quite a while. We've been doing that. Little mistake. Okay. We're all squared away now. We're just gonna do the little few buffs that she has, and then extended haste, and we're good to go. Sorry, takes a minute, but we did end the need to stand there buffing all day. Alright, we've already been through here, and we also found out how to get past all this stuff. So we can actually run up this way, but we're not gonna. We're gonna come back the way we came.
Something is not right here.
Oh, I heard a ding. What dinged? It said I heard a ding. Oh, it's up here. We saw a trap on the roof. Very cool. Okay, so if you turn your camera, you can shift buildings different directions, like these stairs, for example. That takes care of one of the problems that we ran into, where we thought the whole thing was randomized. It is not. Here is the Xera. Let's talk to him and start our process. The sound of your footsteps startles the demon. She gives a quick, baleful look. You have disturbed me, mortal. Why have you broken my solitude? On second thought, save your answer. Your reasons do not interest me. The boy that stands next to her is about 12 years old. The boy examines his wrist, which are covered in strange round scars that look as though they may have come from suction cups. His inflamed skin, burning eyes, and general appearance suggests that he is demon blood running through his veins. He lifts his gaze and gives you a long, sad look. Who are you? I am Xera, the grim, mortal worm, the most skillful explorer in the dark depths of Ishar. I learned from the master Willados himself, the trusted mage of Our Lady in Shadow. One day I will surpass my master's skill and take his place. Everyone knows this, including Willados himself. So the next time you dare address me, do so with respect if you like your head to remain on your shoulders. Show some respect back on Glorian. I would have taught anyone as insolent as you some manners. The demon falls silent with surprise, then finally answers, I don't know you. I've had no dealings with you. I've never seen you kill anyone save for those persistent rats. Why should I respect you? Because the stories about some strange dull world that is absolutely of no interest to me. What are you doing? I'm listening to the ocean and waiting for this worthless whelp to recover enough strength to plunge into Istar's depths. What a shame I cannot walk its path myself. How ironic that the most coveted mysteries are revealed to the most pitiful creatures. Who is this boy? The demon gives you an arrogant snort. We'll just call him Georges. Is my son, the best of my offspring. He is helpful and obedient, which is the only reason I can I don't even know. To take this wretched creature. Address the boy. Are you alright, kid? The boy flinches as you speak to him. He looks at you with amazement, perhaps even fear. Then his eyes dart to the demon. Mother, may I speak? The demon's voice holds suspicion and anger. Do not speak to the boy. What do you want with him? Are you plotting to steal him away? Be warned, if you lay a finger on him, you will regret it. Let's see. What are you doing to your son? Tell the truth. The demon frowns hotly. Do you truly think I will answer you, worm? I grow ever more inclined to destroy you as well. Mother tells me to dive deep, to places where the moonlight never reaches. Down there, the boy stops, wordlessly drowned out by his mother's angry hissing. Sorry, Mother, I won't say any more. And then the hand of the inheritor speaks. And you know his voice. So he's like, Champion. How could we allow this child to remain in the hands of a cruel creature? Normally, I would say we have no right to deprive a child of their parents' love, but these creatures do not know love. How could a mother be so cruel to their child? She shrugs. So what if he is my blood? That's not why I feed and protect him. Little Georges here is valuable because his brothers and sisters died during my research. He is the only one who has shown reliable, consistent results. She envies him. That's why she's so cruel to him. She wants to dive into the depths herself, but she cannot. Ember lowers her eyes sadly, paying no mind to the demon's indignant hiss. You can only experiment on others with their consent. It is unprofessional and to use an underage children for this. A demon has violated the unspoken scientific code and must be severely punished. What would you prefer, Georges? What do I want? In the depths, nobody knows this word, want. And I wasn't taught it on the surface either. I know how to obey, dive, be quiet, but I don't know how to want. What could I possibly want? Stop addressing my property, worm, or I'll pour the waters of Ishar down your throat and let the ocean's tiny mollusk devour you from the inside and turn. So, just to clarify, you see all this lava? That is going into Ishar, the ocean of lava and water. Let's see. We can do good. I will not let you torture this boy. I am taking him away from you. We can do lawful. He's your child. You have every right to decide his fate. We are a lawful creature, but we are not going to do that. We'll be good. We'll say that you can't torture this boy anymore. The demon looks at you, and the confidence in her eyes fades. She shrugs. If you want the boy, I don't care. He's yours. I won't fight over a trifle like the life of some mortal spawn, especially since it's nearly exhausted its usefulness. Take him and do what you want with him. We gained quite a bit of experience from that. That's too bad. I would have preferred to fight her. The boy you saved from his wicked mother gives you both sad and mature beyond his years. I sense a certain darkness within this youth, hiding deep inside. Yet he himself is not evil. His soul is pure and kind, as a child's soul should be. The boy silently focuses, is silent and focused, as if he heard the voice of the hand and suddenly responds. Does the spirit speak the truth? Is there really darkness inside me? But how can I carry evil in me and yet not be evil? His gaze pierces you as if he wants to say something else but reconsiders it. Ember gives the boy a broad smile. It is all right to be different. I'm different too. The commander has lots of friends. Do you want to be friends? Georgia shrugs slightly. I think so. I don't know how, but I'll try. What do you need me to do? Nothing. We're friends now. You don't have to do anything to be friends. You just have to want to be friends. Please don't tell me we shall be traveling through the abyss with this creature. We chased away his mother, which is more than anyone else would have done for him. I suggest we allow this boy to decide his own fate. Abandon him in the middle of the abyss? Do you have any idea what they would do to a lone, helpless child? You are an adult here. And he is a child. It is your duty to take care of him and keep him safe. Oh, Imode, was Horgus really such a bad father that you do not understand this? Camilla looks past Sela with contempt. He is a demon. I do not understand. I do understand he reminds you of a repulsive creature you were as an adolescent. But surely you do not intend to raise this spawn from the abyss to be a paladin of Imode. How do you propose to do that? Will you teach him not to tear people apart and feed on their blood from your breast milk instead? Jeez. He's done nothing wrong, and I do not sense evil within him, but if we abandon him to his fate, the abyss will prevail, and sow darkness in his soul. Camilla's voice is quiet, and you can barely hear. Perhaps that is exactly what he wants. So, the fact that this kid acknowledged the Inquisitor, the Inheritor, would be an indication that he's not evil at all. Like, anything that even has a drop of evil in them, which isn't true because our party can see him, cannot see him. So can you see and hear the Inheritor? Yes, he glows, and he is not evil. I think I like him, but I feel there is an irreparable conflict between us. It is unfortunate. So this child can hear and see me. He is not evil, nor is he a sorcerer, a mage, or a wizard. He wields no spells that could reveal the unseen, and carries no such spell that can be cast by someone else. He just sees. What power does this youth possess? Who are you? My mother named me Georges. I am a creature of her making, and until recently, I was a creature in every way. I had many brothers and sisters, but none survived the research, so I was the only one left. Now that my mother is gone, I do not know who I am. Am I Georges? But that name means nothing. It is whispered into my mother's ear by Ishar. So who am I? We can ask about his mother. Her name is Zare. Zare the Grim. She used to be a pauper, a diver who collected Ishar on the bottom floor of the ocean. Okay. What magical experiments did she perform on you? I was too young. I don't know enough to judge them. We would go to the shore of Ishar. She would feed me potions and then force me to dive deeper and deeper each time. By the time I was 8, I could dive so deep the water would press on me from all sides and my body would no longer want it to ascend. I had to stay there for as long as I could. Then I'd come up and my nose would start bleeding, my ears as well, even my eyes. Next day, Mother would make me drink a different potion and she would send me back down. I tried to hear the voices, but I never had enough time. Mother was furious, beat me, brewed new potions, and made me dive deeper. stay longer. Last time I spent several hours in the water. There was so many vibrations that enveloped me. Then I realized I was neither food nor the enemy, though I had the blood of the enemy in my veins. What does that mean? I don't understand. It was a little boring, so I imagined that I was a giant octopus floating deep, waiting for prey. Am I afraid no one else will tell me because you angered my mother and she is vindictive? Remarkable discovery. Thank you for showing concern. Let's see. So what are we going to do with you now? I'd rather not go home. I have nowhere to live. Explain the nexus to him and tell him to go there. Thank you for not deciding to get rid of me. And giving me the right to choose. Others would not have done this, so I will accept your invitation.
I was never good at
All right.
stealth, but I'll
And
try.
his mom is gone, or we'd talk to her again. We'd be like, die! Hey, look, trickery DC 40. I don't even know what that is, but it must be coming off of our true seeing. Let's save and see what this is. I've never seen it. Not even in my other one.
Am I not?
Into the rotten guttery. Woot. I've never seen any of this stuff. What are these? Carpets. This is cool. We totally found a hidden door that even some of the streamers I was watching didn't find.
Sense something.
Which leads to another hidden door.
Something is
And a
not
trap.
right here. I hope you appreciate this. I sense something.
Another trap. So far, I'm not finding anything super unique,
I am helpful.
but we are greedy, so we're going to take it. We found Demon Slayer Soup. And a composite short bow. That is called the Feral Charge. It is a +1 short bow of speed that is composite. Speed basically makes the bow act like it has haste at all times. So we don't need that. I believe the only person that can use the short bow is Ember. And we have her using an eye for an eye, which is a +3 with an additional +1d12. The damage is just too good. So we're not going to switch out that bow. We are going to check out our recipe real quick. And then when we rest, we'll read it and see what it does. So that's it for this area. I've never seen this area before, so it's very cool that we saw it. Let's keep going. We already came through and killed that thing that was here. Oh, there's another ding. It's up here. There's the trap. On the roof again. Definitely seeing stuff this time. We need to go into the tavern. Now this is where we got confused last time, but believe it or not, there are like 3 different exits that we can take here. That we just, for some reason, did not see. So the tavern also goes upstairs, but we're not going to go upstairs. We're just going to go right outside on this area. And now we're in a new area. Find some books. No, books are important. We could take this, climb up this and go upstairs, but let's explore the whole bottom area first.
I am helpful. Am I not?
The commoner. A guest. A beggar. Alright. And we have Magno's hideout. Woot. Talk about an epic moment. Let's go fight ourselves a Magno.
You require my unbiased opinion?
Magano is the demon without a face. The demon without a face, and she is quite powerful. So, let's fight her. That's him. Don't let him near me. Kill him. I'll pay you double, triple. Did you hear Lathu? Let's finish this mortal.
Time to practice my combat abilities.
Alright, we are going to jump. We've got a problem, which is this doorway. I hate when people get stuck in the door. Alright, and let's bring... There we go. Now we're going to grab our Phantasmal Killer. It's only DC 27, but on normal that should be fine. Let's try to kill this ranger in the back. Let's do a Hellraise. The weaker ones, though. Actually, Hellraise for sure. And we will activate battle. We will activate her sword. He is still using Keen. Yes. For us, we are going to stop what we're doing right now and activate the Sword of Heaven. We probably should have activated the Sword of Heaven a minute ago. Oh! Okay. We beat her. Pretty quickly, actually. Man, this character is so powerful. It's just stupid. I did the same area with my dragon, and boy, she really did some damage. What are you? The demon shrieks, backing away from you on her uneasy hooves. I can't kill you. I can't deceive you. I can't escape. Not even in the abyss. Her voice is almost a wailing now. Her eyeless face is streaked with red tears running down from Baephet's mark. It's embarrassing to think this creature once held as the mistress of Dresden and the bane of Mendev. Your power proved to be as fragile as your self-esteem. How swiftly you fell. After everything you've done to me, I should happily see you fall. But somehow I do not. I am not. I do not enjoy seeing you brought so low, Magano. Next time you will tell me you pity me, that you forgive me. Ha, don't you think I'm bothered by... Don't think I'm bothered by the opinions of mortal bedwarmers. They say this little trollop got her hooks into you like she got her hooks, like I got my hooks into Stanton. I refuse to believe you would be foolish enough to fall for her. Oh no. Oh no. Our weakness is succubus. It doesn't have to be Arusula. If it's a succubus, we're gonna fall for her. It's our weakness. We have already determined this. What's that mark on your face? Her face grim with horror and hatred. A brand. Baphomet's brand. And yours, too. He branded me, my master. He branded me for my failure at Carnabras. He took my power. He maimed my face. The damn thing hurts all the time. He said the mark would stay with me and would keep bleeding until I spilled the blood of the one who caused me to fail in Carnabras. She licks her lips and gives you a slanted grin. If only you would take pity on this poor demon and let me have your head so Lord Baphomet would make this pain finally stop. So you'll be in pain until you kill me? Yes, but how am I supposed to do that when the brand has taken away half my power? I can't do what's being asked of me. I just can't. And I'll never win back the favor of my lord and Hep. We're just going to call him Hep. Tell me about the demons who command you. I serve the demon lord Baphomet. the great deceiver who outwitted the Prince of Darkness of Amodius himself. He is cruel. My lord is cruel, impervious, cunning, unstoppable. Dresky started an invasion of your world, but without the help of my master, he and his swarms of locusts would have never done anything in Golarion. Dresky's demons only know how to eat and kill. We, the servants of Baphomet, follow another path. The grimmest, most devious of all paths have ever been laid. I have been one of Baphomet's finest servants for hundreds of years. Hef herself, his favorite daughter, and the priestess who took her bosom, took me to her bosom. But see how my loyalty has ended. When no one else can see me, I howl in pain at this mark. I am forced Hey, thank you so much. Oh, it's a raid. How cool. Very neat. Thank you so much. Oh, you know, my mod is pretty crazy. Thank you so much for the raid. That's very cool of you. My name is Redfern. I'm a new streamer. I'm kind of still getting everything figured out, but we're having fun. We're pushing along, and we're just exploring the abyss. We got lots of notes, lots of puzzles to figure out, and we're having a good time. I can go over the character again if you guys would like me to. Let's jump back into it. It's very cool. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are playing an oracle who's based on the angelic path. He's heavily armored, carries a two-handed sword. We just took greater endurance so that we could take our holy sword and make it last 24 hours a day, so that we don't have to reactivate it. And we're just really a focused melee build with some buffs. Lots of fun, though. We're having lots of fun with this. Alright, so if you guys have questions, if you have spoilers, if you have advice, I welcome it all. I'm not offended by spoilers. I am not offended by advice. And if you see I missed something, by all means, let me know. Alright, I have been one of Baphomet's finest servants for 100 years. Hep, we can't say the names. I'm terrible with names, and I'm also terrible at reading out loud. Hep herself is his favorite daughter, and the priestess took me to her bosom. But see how my loyalty and service has paid off. When no one else can see me, I howl in pain at my mark. I am forced to grovel before the pathetic idiots and witless warhounds. And here I am, begging for mercy from a mortal. So I have no idea what happens if we let her go. Don't smoke, it's real bad for you. I have no idea what happens if we let her go. And we can attack her, but man, I think it's kind of more cruel to let her live than it is to just kill her. Because she's kind of at the end of the rope anyways, and she's in pain all the time. Let's just let her go. Get out of my sight. You will regret this. I will find vengeance. Deliver you to the great Baphomet. She backs towards the exit, mumbling incoherent threats and curses at you. I will never forgive you. Die already. She spits on the ground and disappears into the door. Alright. We're very greedy, so we take everything. Because we've got insane strength. We can look at the character here in just a second. But yeah, our strength is 32. And that's without any super cool belts or anything at the moment. So, we, yeah, we're just heavy base, two-handed attack sword, level 14. Lawful good. It doesn't look like there's anything else in here, and we can't follow her out the door she must have taken. Let's go back into the abyss. that was Magano. I think we do need to go upstairs now. Right? All these shifting walls and doors. Oh, we're in the slave market, it looks like. Maybe. No. Just some cool looking guards. They look freaking awesome. I want to fight one of those. Let's explore. Into the Bad Luck Tavern. We could turn the camera until we can get around that.
Not right here.
Did we find another trap on a rooftop? Yes. We are epic like that. We just see things on tops of roofs.
Focus on the goal.
You were told to come up with 100 coins tonight, beggar. I guess they're not going to let us interact with that. Let's see. There is the abyss of looted slots that I researched a little bit, and we need to find some Titan minor ruin, and that's in the middle city. Are we in the middle city? We are not, so we don't need to worry about that yet. Intoxicated demon leader.
Save the last one for me.
Oh, they want to fight. Bring it!
Into the fray.
Let's heal. We're gonna... Oh, I didn't do all our buffs with her either. That's alright. Let's heal Thela before she dies again. And, of course, get our haste going, because haste is just overpowered at all levels of this game. I thought it was just going to be early levels, but it just never stops being useful. Let's see. Composite longbow. We're getting some pretty cool items. Let's check out what that longbow is. It is automatic. Or I have no idea what that is. But it's a +4 enchantment. Let's see. The first hit of a round against your enemy from 30 feet away, so point blank shot, the enemy suffers a -2 penalty to AC for 2 rounds. Composite lets us use our strength, and this oxomatic weapon is infused with lawful power. It makes the weapon lawful aligned and thus bypasses corresponding damage reduction and deals an extra 2d6 points of damage to chaotic creatures. Ooh, that is a beast of a bow, because you know almost all demons are chaotic. Let's stick that on Arusula. Oh, that bow is epic. Okay.
It went splendidly.
Signs on the wall indicate that a drug merchant can be found here. Of course. An entire building is going to turn with our camera. I'm so not used to that. It's going to take time. It's a battle arena. Let's go fight something. In the arena. Jacod, a handsome young man with tousled black hair, strolls casually toward the demon surgeon. O master of stitches, artist of the scalpel, and genius of surgical profession, tell me, is your heart free? The young man has a gloved puppet on his hand, a dragon made of rags with a button for a nose. He raises it up and begins to ventriloquize loudly, his voice surprisingly deep. Also, do you have an hour of free time tonight? How about a romantic dinner? What? Oh, is this that dude that was asking those other demons out? Hey, be careful, he'll dissect you in a heartbeat. He won't have any organs left by the time he's done with you. Are you trying to flirt with him? The young man gives you a sly wink and continues his conversation with the demon. Arena healer. No, I would not say that my heart is free right now. It contains 3 copper rods, 200 grams of enchanted quicksilver, a fair dose of lemia liver extract. He pauses and gives the young man an appraising glance. But I could give you an hour or 2 of my time for something other than dinner. Has anyone ever told you how beautiful and smooth your skin is? I happen to be in need of some. The young man daftly steps aside to avoid the demon's outstretched claw. He jots something down in his notebook and walks away, apparently.
Watch out for trouble.
Get out of the way, Minotaur. Oh, they got the door locked. You know what we should do? It probably wouldn't let us. We could, like, mass teleport to the other side of that door.
Keep your calm.
Really jerk the game up even more than it already is. I love this game, but the bugs are funny.
I hope you appreciate
Let's see. We got another acorn pie, so we'll see what that is when we rest and do some food for the night. We are big fans of the food. The demon, in a blood-splattered apron, fussily shoves a few foul-looking chunks of flesh into his apron pocket. His fingers are fitted with horrible steel claws, and you hear an unpleasant sound of metal on metal as he slides them against one another like scissors. He looks up in your direction with an insane grin, and his voice makes your skin crawl. Are you one of the gladiators? Do you need a healer? Are you here because you want to become more powerful? The demon briefly glances at Arusale. I remember you. You used to fight here. Always demanded that I restore your skin to its original smooth, unblemished state, and you always tried to get a discount or ran away without paying. What it looks like to me is that we have an entirely new face. It is almost a perfect replica of the old one, but something has changed. Something imperceivable. Who performed such a subtle artistry on you, and how much did you pay? Arusala glances at you with an enigmatic smile. I really have changed, Stitcher. You cannot begin to fathom the price I had to pay for my transformation, but it happened without the help of a scalpel. Who do I speak to fight in this arena? The Battle Bliss arena belongs to Lord Fang. Will kill you if you talk to him. You'd better off speaking to Zelik, the arena steward. Can you make me stronger? We just got experiencing the bliss. The healer looks at you eagerly. You hear the shrill screech of metal against metal as he rubs his steel claws together excitedly. Ah, for 30,000, I will stitch you up into something better. Much, much better. Arusala gives you a worried glance. Please don't do that. By joining your flesh with the flesh of creatures from the abyss, you allow corruption and taint into you. I have seen them graft body parts of demons onto mortals just for fun. The mortals could not withstand the wicked corruption, and their souls became evil. The demon grins and gives Amber an appraising look. I can fix you too. Give you your fingers. Would you like that, sweetie? The healer's beady eyes glisten. You hear the rasping sound of knife-like fingers as he rubs them together impatiently. Amber shakes her head with an embarrassed smile. You are so kind and caring, but no thank you. I don't need new fingers. You should stitch them on someone else. Please, will you give them to someone who really needs them? Are you sure? Alright, fine, fine. Nino, always with her scientific nonsense. Okay, she says, Mr. Mad Scientist, sir, let me offer up myself as a subject for your experimentation. Feel free to carve me up and stitch me back together as you see fit. The demon sizes up Nino and nods approvingly. You will do nicely. The price is still the same, 30,000 gold, but we'll talk about that later. Now, I would be pretty interested to know what this really does, but I think we'll follow Rusula's advice. We are following the angel path. We don't need demon corruption inside us. No deal. We can make Nino do it, though. Oh, what if it makes her stupid? Who are you? I am the most important person in the battle list. I am the healer. Okay. Oh. He's got more to say. Soon my methods will produce better results than crystals. The Nardian crystals are something of a legend. Alright. You're not a healer, you're a butcher. I could use some healer. I have to go. We're gonna go. We're gonna save. And then we are going to talk to him again and see what he does to Nino. Make Nino stronger. Please follow me. You will drown in an ocean of pain, but you will emerge renewed. The healer fixes his steel claws. To your surprise, the surgery takes place in complete silence. When Nino returns, she looks distant and emotionless. How do you feel? Fine, I think. She raises her dull eyes to you. When the mad scientist's claws cut into me, I blocked out the pain. Actually, I forgot the pain even existed. If I'm completely honest, I never forgot that part of an experiment. Such an awkward situation. Maybe I should do it again. Oh no, that's enough for you. Your body already bears the mark of my genius. The demon turns back with a smirk. I've already painted on your canvas. Don't tell me I just wasted 30,000 gold on a failed experiment. Science requires sacrifice. When something results in failure, it often leads to progression of prosperity in the end. Her voice is still missing its usual confidence. I hope this was worth the cost. Nino nods, but then shrugs uncertainly. I presume it was. It's hard to say for sure, but because I don't remember anything. Still, I hope that in the near future I observe the effects of the surgical intervention that I can write about in my article and encyclopedia. I would be disappointed if the experiment failed due to forgetfulness of its subject. Alright, Nino, what happened? Gotta go to Nino and look. Here it is. Demon Graft. Permanent. Demon Graft augmented organs of the wearer, giving a +2 enchantment for bonus to armor class, a +2 inherent bonus to overcome spell resistance, concentration checks, DC attack rolls, attack and damage rolls, and saving throws. However, whenever hit points fall to 20%, you enter a frenzy and attack the nearest creature until you die or combat ends. Good thing we didn't do that with me. I'm a frontline fighter. If I went berserk and started attacking people, the entire friggin' party would die. It looks like there's some conflicts between mage armor, natural armor, and the bracers. We won't do this to Nino. It's not helpful enough. Here's the guy he told us to talk to. Alright, stern-looking tiefling observes you politely. His clothing is expensive but tasteful. Hey, my overlay turned off. There we go. He's carrying a large bag, and every once in a while it moves and twitches as if something is inside it. Welcome to the Batless Arena. My name is Zeke. I'm the arena steward, my master of the arena, but I help him manage his affairs. You look like you're new here. Did you come to spectate the fights or participate in them? Tiefling looks you up and down with a calm professionalism and diligence. It is unusual to see a master of divine magic in the arena, but unusual is good. It will set you apart and make you famous. Emigraph. I remember this demon called Emigraph. He is a vile, cunning murderer. He had a way with his words, just as deadly as he was in battle. Now, let's see. I want all of Arushlin to know my name. I want to arrange a match against your strongest gladiator. He falls silent and looks at you in a calculating manner. If that is truly your goal, you will have to defeat our current champion. If you kill Fang, you'll make a name on everyone's lips, but you'll have to prove yourself if you want to face the champion. Fight Fang is a big deal here. Only members of the League and the elite gladiators of the Batless are considered worthy of opponents. Killing others just to entertain spectators. These creatures of the abyss sow death and destruction, careless and casual manner. I know our mission is important, but allow ourselves to get distracted by emotions, smashing skulls, entertaining evil creatures. It makes me sick. Let's see. But extremely difficult to join the League. You have to slay an active member in their place. So, if you wish to fight the champion, you will have to spend a lot of time in the arena. However, if you would like, I can arrange a fight between you and another newcomer. If you can prove yourself in that battle, I will be able to find you a match, far more reputable opponent. I've killed hundreds of demons. Why should I have to prove myself to anyone? I'm sure you fought countless enemies back in Glorian, but this is the Abyss. No one cares what you did before. Okay. Very well, I'll prove myself. I'll fight the newcomer. I'm glad we've reached an understanding. Let's go! Let's go! I'm ready to enter the arena. This fighter is a nobody from nowhere, but if he survives, you'll all worship the ground he walks on. Today we have a dubious honor of welcoming into the arena Redfren of Glorian. Let's see what monkier he earns himself if he lives long enough. And who will stand against him? Well, they may be small, but they are far from harmless. If you underestimate them, they'll bite your family jewels off. An outsized amount of sprites wrapped in tiny, ugly package. Oh, there they are. Little fire sprites. I'll bite your nose off. We'll soon see which of these two titans will emerge victorious. Fighters, commence battle. Go!
I won't let you hurt my friends.
Oh, wow, they're super weak. What the hell was that? I think they had like 1 hit point. We have a winner. All hail the glorious fighter. He emerges triumphant in this dangerous, violent conflict. He is decorated in the arena with guts. Give it up for Redfren, the Bright Slayer. Hey, who knows? Maybe someday he'll get a chance to fight against a member of the League once they start accepting sprites into their ranks. Dude, if that's right, then he lied to us. Ooh, I'm gonna bust this guy in the head.
You are my favorite aide.
Back. I don't like being called a Sprite Slayer. I want my title changed. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm afraid the crowd loves it, and all that matters to is that you remain the sprite player for your audience. Is this your idea of a joke? Are you trying to humiliate me? Why did you put me up against such a ridiculous opponent? Your conversation is interrupted by an energetic demon with suspiciously bright eyes. Judging from the slurred words, he's under the influence of some kind of mind-altering substance. Ah, look at that. That's the Might Splayer. Trained hard, boy. And maybe someday you'll be strong enough to fight a real Dretch. With a frown of irritation and astonishing speed, he produces a dagger from his sleeve and cuts the demon's throat clean. The insolent demon gurgles, staring at the tiefling in surprise. He slowly sinks to the floor beneath his contemptuous gaze of his killer. Tiefling cleans his blade and puts it away. Please listen before you draw your weapon. This is an outrage, but it was not my idea. This was done by Ermarash's orders. He came up with the brilliant idea to match you against the Mimps. He thought the crowds would find it funny. I couldn't stop him, but I assure you this will never happen again. Here is... this is for you. He gave us a coin. I demand a proper fight. And I promise that you will arrange a proper fight for you. But first, I need you to do me a favor. I will arrange a match against the Flayer twins. However, they're supposed to fight somebody else. We were asked to kill those Mimps, and we did. Now we're being asked to do another bad thing. Oh, did we, he wants us to buy gladiators from the flesh markets. Is there anything else I should know? There are a lot of slavers in the flesh markets. Buy fighters from Sikaris or Walog, but you may find other suppliers. I will not become a slave trader. Why not? Does it violate your principles? This is the Abyss. Your scruples won't do any good here. I advise you to keep your morals on a tight leash if you want to survive. But, fine. Lamusa will take them. I will try make sure the fight with the Flayer twins takes place as soon as possible. I am ready for the arena. As you wish. I'm ready. Yay, we finally get in a real fight. Let's go! So, who will we fight today? Oh yes, they decided to get under the gladiator's skin and flay him alive. War's skin is a suit. Meet the duo that takes it away, the twins. They're gonna make shoes out of us. We'll see which of these contestants fight. Let the battle begin. Go! Ooh, what just happened? What the heck is going on? You ruined my clothes. It's time to think of a new nickname. A heavy blow. Magnificent fight. Despite my cunning schemes, despite the extensive experience, his rivals could not stand up to him. Oh. Yay, we got some weird items. Ooh, lots of magic. Let's see, we got a cloak of toxic wrap. This cloak grants the wearer immunity to acid. It also makes the enemy sicken for 1d3 rounds upon landing a successful sneak attack unless they pass fortitude save. No good to us. All-around defense. Whenever the wearer of this ring is 10 feet from his companion who wears a similar ring, they both gain the effect of back-to-back feet. Oh, that's not bad. If they both already have a back-to-back feat, then they gain a +2 to AC. Armor of the Vigilant Sprouts. +4. Light, padded. Sneak attacks. And the Battle Bliss coin. We don't know what that does. Okay. I think that's all we got.
Keep your calm.
Do. Let's talk to him again. How can I be of assistance? My fight in the arena was far from fair. Care to explain yourself? I swear it was Amagara's idea. As you already know, he is not a fan of fair fights. I regret that you've been caught in this trap. However, you held up well. You've got talent. May be able to arrange a match against a more serious component. Maybe even champion. I want the strongest opponent you have. Things don't work like that around here. Fang knows you need to fight leaders, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Killing another member of the League. But fighting a member of the League is a privilege. You will have to earn the right to face them in battle. Now, I might be able to get you in front, but first you'll have to do me a favor. I want to give a gift to the current champion. I would like to send the most beautiful succubi in the 10,000 delights. But I need you to make a deal with them and convince them to provide their services to Fang. If you do this, Fang will be happy to arrange a fight with one of the leaders. I want the gold up front. Diplomacy 40. Ooh, there's no way we're going to pass this, but let's try it anyways. Oh, we did pass it. How is that even possible, man? That's cool. This should compensate your expenses. 40,000 gold. I'm ready to enter the arena. I'm afraid you will have to wait until I find a worthy opponent. I'd like to talk more about you. I'd like to know more about you. Who are you? What's your role here? Honestly, we passed the knowledge check. No more questions. I'd like to know more about Battle Bliss. But I really don't. We don't want to know more. Alright. We're good to go. We have a quest. We need to go to a place and make succubi come and please the champion. Oh, we leveled. Woot. Level. Alright. We have our notes on leveling, too. But, I did manage to get us all the way up to level 20. I went back through and did some of that, so let's go. Oracle, level 15. Yes. Bring up our skills. For our feat, I'm surprised we're not taking Corrigan Smash. Why didn't I choose that? Whenever your opponent with power attack, whenever you damage your opponent with power attack, you make an immediate persuasion intimidation as a free action and attempt to demoralize your opponent. That is way better than cleaving finish, is it not? Do we already have cleaving finish? We already have it. Okay, so we are definitely going to take the intimidate thing. I don't even know why we wouldn't. Okay. And then we will go with Iron Skin. What this does is once per day, your skin hardens and takes on the appearance of iron, granting you a damage reduction of 10 adamantium. This functions as a stone skin spell. As if it was cast at level 15. You can use this ability twice per day. You must be level 11 to select this revelation. Whatever this is, it's not going to matter. We're not going to use it. Alright. Ela, the Paladin. We don't need Boon Companion. They only show that because we're leveling up Sela first. And it's just going to level out her horse to make it the same level. But the horse is the same level. We're just leveling Sela first. So we don't need that. We already have armor focus. Could take blind fight. Not a bad thing. Blind fight. We just don't need it. Because True Seeing overrides it. And our True Seeing lasts 24 hours. So we don't need it. Critical Focus. Dazzling Display we don't need. Die Hard is pretty cool. It prevents her from dying. We could do some extra laying on hands. Always helpful. Fast Learner. Hammer the Gap. Power Attack. I think we'll take Die Hard. For now. Ooh, she gets another thing. Okay. I think we'll go with Paralyzed. Curses are kind of common. Confused is pretty common too. But Paralyzed is such a pain in the butt. Alright. I think we'll go with Paralyzed. Safe here. Alright. Our Spirit Hunter. We'll just let her level. Auto. They're going to take Improved Vital Strike. Done. Arusala. Got so many skills. We'll take dodge. I think here. Could take hammer the gap. Deals extra damage based on the previous consecutive hits you've made to the opponent. This is multiplied on a critical hit. Yeah, take hammer the gap. Favored enemy. Demons of Slaughter, Demons of Strength. Monstrous Humanoid. We'll do Demons of... Favored enemy focus. Demons of Magic, Demons of Strength. Valar's Demons of Magic are Dretches and Succubus. We'll do Demons of Magic. Alright, Nino's turn. No. We'll take greater spell penetration, I think, where we're going to go here. Actually, we might actually take heightened spell. Yeah, we'll take heightened spell instead. Ah, good that we took that. Because we get a wizard bonus feat. To spell focus, we already have illusion. Combat casting, greater spell pen. Take that now. Alright, spell specialization. Phantasmal Killer will allow that to get treated 2 levels higher than it already is. We'll take our illusion school, and then we'll look around. Demon kind number 3 is so powerful. Sorry, dragon kind. Let's see. Rifle aspect. Tranquility. Rift of Ruin. Angelic aspect. We'll just take angelic aspect. Not that we'll use it. Alright, and our witch. And we're going to take Quicken Spell for her. Really be able to pump those spells out real fast. We'll take Break Enchantment. And here we will go with, I think, Greater Dispel. Yeah, we'll go with Greater Dispel. Here we will go with... Everybody's got legendary proportions now. Every single person. We just don't need it that much. We could go with Harm. Pretty cool, but there's a pretty solid save with it. Walk through space. When under the effect of this spell, you can teleport 30 feet as if it was a move action. You must end your movement in an unoccupied space and can stand within the line of sight. Alternatively, you can spend your movement action to teleport from a standing position to a laying prone position. Teleporting does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Excellent, we'll take that. Alright, and the horse, of course. We should have named him Mr. Ed. You guys are probably too young to know Mr. Ed. Mr. Ed was just reaching his final days when I was a little kid. And he, the talking horse. Which brings up Alf, right? Alf was the next big thing, I think, after Mr. Ed. We can take improved blind fight for this horse. He's just a pure tank. We don't really care about him at all. It does not look like he's ever going to get heavy barding. Let's take that. I thought he was going to get it. He's not. So we'll take that. Alright. Let's do our spells. Got another third. We'll take Greater Magic Weapon, right? Because that gives a +4 per 4 caster levels, which means she'd have to be on level 20. But right now, that'll only make it a +3. No, we don't need it. Prayer. Unholy Whisper. Remove Curse. Remove Blindness. Arcan's Aura. Let's take that. How long does this angelic aspect? 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Alright. We'll go into Camilla. See, we have Frightful Aspect here, which is pretty good all the way around. What are animal shapes? Animal shapes works like beast shape 3. Oh, we don't need that. We're not trying to get out of her original form. Circle of Clarity. Interferes with illusions. Firestorm, I think, is the way we're going to go here. That or Destruction. Pure Critical Mass isn't a bad idea either. Let's take a couple more Frightful Aspects. Oh, we can't. Alright. Alright, alright. How about Horrid Welling? Subject. Each living creature. So that affects us too. No good. Firestorm. Whole area is shot roaring fire. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. We took pure mass. I guess we could replace all these cure mass that we're not going to use with flame strikes. We have heal. And if we take a meta magic, we can actually take heal on level 8 as well. Alright, that takes care of her spells. We'll just throw another magic mud on here. Stuff's pretty helpful. The Nino. Let's do your pattern. And then there is no meta magic for level 8. And we don't need greater aspect. So, let's meta magic something. How long does legendary proportions last? That'd last 15 minutes. Extending it would make it last 30, but there's no need. Get Hellray or Disintegrate. We can empower and disintegrate. Right? No, we don't have Empower. Collective and Extended. Alright, well we can heighten, integrate to level 8. And then we can also come over and do our haste is already pretty beast. Let's heighten our Phantasmal Killer. Alright, now we'll go back to level 8 spells. We will take Phantasmal Killer DC 31. Take that. Any new spell slots? Yes. Fill that with haste. Okay. And spellbook for Ember. Do you have meta magics? Does have meta magics. And she can cast level 8s or no? No. She can cast level 7s. Level 6. It looks like we're focusing on Hellfire, and then we have our Scorching Rays. Sure.
I need to concentrate.
Yeah, our Holy Sword is still going 24 hours strong. Okay, so if we summon something, I just noticed this. Let's say we summon these divas, they're like angels, right? If we summon them, they last 1 minute. So, if they could last 5, that would be ideal. But 1 minute does us no good. Same thing for these guys, 1 minute. Spirit Paladins are the same, 1 minute. So they clearly do not want a summon running around 24 hours a day. Alright.
A bright future awaits us.
Well,
We're just checking to make sure that nobody got any new
struggles never cease.
activate items.
I'm always open to ideas.
Because I have no idea if they
Trust
got
in
any or not.
yourself.
Like, Arusula should have gotten Okay, it must always be active. Alright, we're good. We're done. Let's go. Let's go!
Knowledge is the key to victory.
You require my unbiased opinion?
We're walking. So we're going to cast haste. Because we cannot just walk around the abyss. We must run everywhere. I think we've explored all of this. Yeah. Do we have to touch these to activate them? Nope, it doesn't look like it.
There are many roads to success.
Okay, we need to go to the other side then. That's the one thing I dislike the most about this area is just the just the camera stuff. Alright, to save a little time, these demons are picking on another demon. They're beating him up and kicking him and stuff, and he's screaming, don't take my eyes. Ember runs up and basically tells them to stop, that everybody needs to be friends, that he's weak. We can support Ember, which we are going to do, and say, listen to her. They all sort of laugh and make fun of her. We can say, good. Or we can do lawful. I warn you, this girl is under my protection. If anyone so much as touches her, they won't be leaving here in one piece. The demons cautiously look over at you. No one is going to touch her. What would we want with a little runt like that? Okay, so now they go back into mocking and insulting her. And then she says, they left. Do you think they understood everything I said? We can do, if anyone could convince a demon to repent, it is you. Alright. That's done. Continue to explore. There's a lore here. Ah. Okay, so this is going to fall into one of our puzzles later in the game. In the Abyss. That is part of the, abyssal loot slots. But we're not there yet, right? We're in the lower city. We can't start that until the middle city. Which, if I'm not mistaken, we are ready to go to. Look at all this loot we missed. But you know, it's all on rooftops. We haven't found the flesh market yet either. Let's see, tavern, battle bless, portal, Magano's hideout, Nexus. All right, let's talk to this dude. Isn't it the mortal with celestial blood who walks around our glorious city? Your kind is rarely seen here without a slave collar. He looks at Arusula and flashes interest. Your face is familiar. Have we met before? Suddenly recognizing him. Recognition draws on him. Arusula, is that you? They said you defected to the Crusaders, but I always said a rabid bitch like you would never deal goody-goody mortal scum. Welcome home, Arusula. We missed you. She purses her lips and her face grows deathly pale. I want to go through. The demon sucks on his teeth. No can do. We can intimidate him, or we can just attack. And we haven't had a battle for a minute now. Let's just kill these guys. Die! We are prohibited from slaying guests of other worlds, but there are exceptions for insolent fools like you.
Save the last one for me.
Bring it! Ah. Let's pull up our... Oh, we don't have any yet. Let's do... Well, can these guys even be Phantasmal Force? Are they undead? They have true seeing. That actually hurts us, I think. It makes them immune to illusions. They see through all illusions. Yeah, so they're immune. So we'll have to just go with Disintegrate. Ember got hurt. But she can heal herself. Ooh, what's that? Walk through space. No. Heal yourself. Start casting Hellfire. Ooh. We took Quicken Spell, right? With Ember, did we meta magic her Quicken Spell? We did not, and I don't think we can meta magic in battle. Let's check. We can. We're gonna meta magic Hellfire. Add Quicken to it. Oh no, that makes it level 10. Alright. How about dang it. Okay. Let's push Scorching Ray. We will quicken it. That makes it level 6. We need 2 more levels to pump it over to 8, right? Or no, 7. I prefer to pump it to 6. We're at 6. Alright, let's leave it at 6. Now let's see if it showed up at 6 level spells. Yeah, but she doesn't have any. Because we just burned through all the, Dang it. Alright. We'll just leave it. You can start casting Hellfire. That big black wave that's our smash. That's, I believe. Oh no, that's Horrid Wailing. Nino died from that. Commoners had to save against it as well. Alright. Alright, I can easily get lost in statistics. So we'll just keep going. We got some staffs. And a Skimtar. They really like the Skimtar in these higher levels. Let's see what these staffs were. +2. And the Skimtar is a +2. So the fight is definitely not worth it. Hopefully it doesn't hurt our reputation or something. Makes everybody hostile towards us. We could have intimidated him, but come on, man. Ooh.
I'm up for
Ember's
an
dead.
adventure.
We have... Bring back. Too
I'll
late.
need to review
Too much
this
time has
spell
passed.
later.
Alright. We have Resurrection. Rise. Rise. And she's back. Now she...
Soot is restless. I wonder why.
Man, we
You're
took
a
a
good person.
beating in that
I
fight.
like you.
You can go through and start healing people. And
I am
then
the voice of the spirits.
you can finish them off. All right.
Does anyone require my counsel?
What's
We
on
need
your
to
mind?
cast a few spells. Buff ourselves back up. Can't cast communal stone skin because we need diamond dust. Did our protections wear off? Oh, we don't need. The Fortress of Faith is giving us protections from all elements. How strong is that?
Never
I don't
stop
know.
learning.
So let's look. Oh, it's resist, not protect. Okay, so we do need
Open your heart to me.
protection. Let's do protection from fire and electricity. All right. I think that covers everything. Give her, just in case it wore off.
You called?
All right. And haste, of course, haste.
Oh, yes, what?
Let's go into the middle city. Okay, so it doesn't look like people are going to suddenly start attacking us for offing those guards. We are in the middle city, to the right of the stairs. Wait. Right. Dance? Is that what I wrote here? Boy, you know it's bad when I can't read my own writing. Across the street. Well, we just have to explore for now. Ooh, what's this? A mortal with mythic abilities, how fortunate you have made your way to the abyss. Moreover, you have come to Alusheres, which makes things even more convenient for me. Yes, what a stroke of luck. You see, I need you as a test subject. Who are you? I am Mustafin. He's a trustworthy alchemist to Hep on an urgent mission for her. Alright. Greetings, fellow scientist. Piss off. Surely it is dangerous for such a valued scientist to stroll around ambushing enemies. Believe it or not, I absolutely am in no danger. You need me to be what? Something to study, take apart, to test. So are you going to attack me, or... Yes, let's get started, shall we? Servants, you do not need to take him alive. I just need his body. Oh, hey, look, it's the angel with the broken wing. Your arrogance blinds you, demon. Do you think it will be easy for you to escape the things? You know, the things. Let's see. I thought demons were smarter and stronger in the abyss. To say the gods cannot hear our prayers in the abyss, but perhaps they will hear your frightened squeals, demon. What is that I hear? A friendly voice in the abyss. What good fortune. More vivisection material. Excellent. Oh, this dude is about to get owned. Alright. Let's use Phantasmal Killer. And switch her out to Scorching Ray, our empowered one if we can. And we already have Holy Sword active and all our stuff. So let's go! Die!
Vision blurring, legs are shaking. Peculiar.
There is not much Iomede's servants could do that would surprise me. But I did not expect to see you in the Abyss. What should I do with such a sudden gift? Deal with you on the spot? Or let you thrash around in agony? Oh, I know what I'll choose.
I hope you guys can hear this alright. I had to adjust the volumes because they were so low. So, continue. I don't know, man. If this guy wants to fight, we'll take him too. We're on normal mode. We haven't really run across anything with this particular build that we haven't been able to handle pretty easily. Hey, it's the Geralt guy. He nods to us casually. It's the old dude that decided to help. Yanel is there too. You remember Yanel? She's the old woman that was part of the old Crusades. She gave us back Radiance.
Light shines brightest in the darkness, monster. You will be defeated in the Abyss, just as you were once defeated on Galarian.
What kind of creature are you? An angel? But you have the flesh of the Abyss.
Yeah, she's pretty jacked up.
Do you not remember me, monster? I am Targana, the Silver. I thank heaven for our meeting, for I will soon behold the death of the one who robbed me of my brother, Lariel.
Now I understand. How hot the fire of your rage must be burning, Angel. One day you will learn that such fire can scorch you too.
What do you want from me? We should add insect in that section. What do you want from me, insect?
I want your blood, your flesh, and your breath. I need you to whimper in pain and plead for mercy, and I will have all that and more from the servants of Iomade. But not today. I was not looking for you, but for Mutasafin.
How the heck are you supposed to say that name? Mutasafin. And why did you need to find, and we'll say the name correctly this time, why did you need to find Mutasafin?
Do I really need to answer that? Well, I suppose there's no harm. Mutasafin is clever enough to work with Nahindrian crystals, and he is a demon. We can finally stop using former mortals like Xanther and Arilu as servants. I had a task for him. It's unfortunate that you interfered with my plans, but that's all right. They will soon come to pass anyway.
I'm still going to call the crystals Nidian crystals, or whatever we were calling them.
The paths of evil can be a strange labyrinth. They are not always rational or straightforward. The Echo of Discari himself could have been considered mortal. After all, the Demon Lord molded him from the souls of many mortal followers. Yet despite his origins, he still despises Xanther and Arilu.
What a shame. I killed the demons you are looking for.
No, you did not. Mutasafin can't be killed, at least not by conventional methods. He's probably groveling at Hepzimira's feet by now, begging her not to punish him for wasting a few demons on such a stupid escapade. She will not be happy about that. Oh no, she most certainly will not.
What have you done with Irandra? Oh yeah, that's the angel that came to the Fernura's fall. That chick that was protecting the fall, and they took her. I am sure you cannot wait to gloat.
I will say only one thing. My victim is still alive. But so much time has passed. I'll allow you to imagine the rest.
And my mind goes right down a dirty, dirty hole that it should not go down when you look at a demon like that.
This is terrible news, but there is still some hope. If we can track down our enemy, we can discover where he is keeping his prisoner.
If you don't want to fight, then you can go away, or I'll go mine. Death to all the monsters!
I have no desire to fight you, mortal. If the Abyss doesn't finish you off quickly enough, I might hurry things along, but not yet.
Coward, you just don't want to die. Run away. Run away on your little spider legs. And we lose voice again, which is unfortunate because the voices are so much more epic than mine. Our enemy is gone, however the spells cast gave me a chance to insight into his movements. He retreated to a nearby portal and used that portal to teleport somewhere. I could not determine the precise location of the portal, but I am sure we can find it, and when we do, we can discover where Echo is hiding. The Echo is cunning. It may be difficult to catch him off guard. Tagara, how did you get here? Oh yes, my radiant sister. My heart is gladdened at your presence, but I am also surprised to see you. How did you find us here? Why did you decide to come? You avoided me when I was in Dresden. You can make anything sound cool, right? So, let's see. She sighs. It's a long story. I would prefer not to speak openly about it here. It would be better to have this conversation in a safe place. If such thing even exists in the Abyss, but to put it briefly, I heard that you, Redfern, were sent to the Abyss on a special mission, and suddenly it was as if I was awakening from a dream. I had been so preoccupied in my own grief I had forgotten what is important. Our enemies are not yet defeated, and there is many who still fight bravely on the front lines of the war. At that moment, I decided that I would do whatever it takes to find the Abyss. To find you in the Abyss. Greetings, Redfern. Remember snatching old Yanel from the clutches of Dam Monogano? Well, a day in Dresden was enough for me to realize that I couldn't just leave. I am not meant to live out the rest of my life in peace and safety. We all may fall, but once a paladin, always a paladin. I was lucky enough to meet Tagara and begged her to take me into the Abyss. I want to repay the debt I owe you. And we're just going to call this guy Geralt, because he is so epic. Like, he took all those demons solo. And he looks kind of like him, right? And I think he's a mutant. Commander, you tore me away from my hermit life and convinced me to rejoin the Crusade army. Then you decided to go to the Abyss and leave us all behind. I thought that was rather rude. So I followed you here. Perhaps my special warden power... Oh, he's a warden. Come on, man. Perhaps my special warden powers, or whatever Takara calls them, will come in handy while we are in the Abyss. If not, I always have my sword. It was not hard to travel to the Abyss, however, it was difficult to find you. Our prayers are not heard in this cursed place, and everything here is hostile to my power. But it was our enemy who helped me. Albeit unknowingly, I was able to follow Echo's trail, and it led me here. Hand of the Inheritor. Did you say that you tracked the Echo? I did. I could. He was unable to utilize the traditional methods transportation. Demons transport. Yeah. The power of the Holy Wardens is identical to the power of the Wardstones, so the Echo could not teleport away. It was as if he was too close to a real Wardstone. However, he still managed to elude my gaze. There is every indication that the portal is located nearby, and the power of the Wardens does not affect such magical structures. Unfortunately, I do not know the exact location of the portal, though we will need to discuss how to find it. There's a place I know called the Nexus. It is where the rift of the Midnight Fane leads into the collection of portals. We can meet there and discuss everything. That is a wise decision. Let us convene council. We will discuss what our enemy is planning and what we can find in his lair. Yeah, you guys go. You do your thing. I'm going to continue to explore. Let's see. The flesh markets. So we could have come here from the flesh markets. But we've already been to the flesh. Oh no, we need to go to the flesh markets. Yay. Do we have money? We have a lot of money. Welcome to the flesh markets. The best place to buy living, healthy flesh. Raz. Looking to buy slaves, eh? Me, I'm just sold off a shipment I captured during my last raid. I am Krez, captain of the Bloody Bitch. I like that name. That's a very cool name. Who are you? Who am I? I am Krez, known by some as Krez Got Stabbed. Really? Captain of the legendary Bloody Bitch. He makes up for it with his boat name, though. I'm the most famous damn pirate in the Midnight Isles. You be a landlubber who never set foot aboard an airship, but... So you haven't heard of me. You know Marilaha? That nutjob? Her entire crew are wimps and weaklings. They haven't slit such a leader's throat or fed her Istar's breast yet. You can't help but notice, despite Krez's dramatic bravado, a spark of fear glimpses in his eyes. Yeah, he's scared of her, because she's epic, and she's good. Tell me more about being a pirate. You already have wings, why do you need a ship? How does it gonna carry all the loot? Tell me about your vessel. It's got a huge skull decorating the prow. What kind of crew's on board? Toughest rogues and cutthroats you'll ever want. How many ships have you plundered? A lot. Tell me the thrilling tale. Oh. It was thrilling. You mentioned Peruz quite often. Do you worship him? Sure I do. Alright. I'm gonna go now. Pleasure slaves. Yeah. Slave trader. A grotesque fat demon speaks to a demoness standing in front of him. His voice is irritated and slightly psychophonic. I don't know. If you want to get these sweet Asimars for the 10,000 delights, cop up 50,000. Just look how delicious they are. These girls haven't been whipped. Our clients have been clamoring for them, and after they become too worn out, they make magnificent stew. I'll give you 30 if you stop talking rubbish. Or keep going and I can steer clear of the place altogether. The Asimar slaves standing nearby try to avoid looking at the angry demoness. Even though they are miserable in position, they retain their mark of inner purity and nobility inherent to their kind. Puffing himself up as a fat, abruptly he angers. 50,000 for the delights. Innocent creature, shabby, worn-out demoness. Can't hope to compete with that. That's my final offer. Stay away from the 10,000 delights. You can have your own little morsels of pleasure. Allow me to present the living wares, the finest household slaves to serve the entire body and spirit, and they can sate even the most exquisite cravings. What were you arguing about? You wanted to buy my beautiful Aasimar concubines for her place of pleasures, the 10,000 delights. Unfortunately, her common sense and good taste could not compete with her greed. She offered me a paltry price, next to nothing, instead of gracefully paying the sum for these slaves and offering 30,000 for the innocent, pure Aasimars. Who are you? He's a slave trader. Let's see. Show me what you have for sale. Feast your eyes on the exquisite slaves raised in the comfort and luxury. They are all well trained, neat, docile, and stand ready to become ideal servants for your manor. All of them young, healthy, perfect state of ripeness. Of course, we have made sure that their tender flesh meets the expectations of anyone demanding gourmet. There is no inkling of what awaits them, so you need not worry about fear for spoiling the meat. The beautiful, athletic, and well-groomed young men and women of different races smile sweetly at you. Their cheerful looks aren't marred by the slightest hint of intelligence. These slaves remind you of happy, well-fed sheep. Just recently, one of my slave hunting crews returned bringing the most beautiful gift, a group of young, fresh, pure Aasimar girls, full of mouth-watering innocence, all of them beauties in their prime, caught with the utmost care, unwounded. Shamara will take interest in them, I wager, because of her origins. She loves having her fun with Aasimars. There are countless ways one can use such valuable acquisitions, though, if you ask me, the smartest way is medium rare. Yeah, we get it. You eat people. Address the pleasure slaves. Don't you get it? You're going to be eaten. What are you talking about? We are slaves intended for exquisite pleasures, not livestock. Our job is to please and satisfy. Okay. They're fattening you up like pigs to the slaughter. They look horrified at the realization. Oh, dude, no! All right.
Practice my combat abilities.
All right. We have to go back. It's much better. It's much better to buy them. He doesn't kill any of them. And our reputation goes higher. Oh no. We went a little too far back. I haven't been saving enough. Alright. We'll just skip through this real quick then. Did we buff everybody? Everybody's buffed? No.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're buffed. Okay. Let's go. We're just gonna skip through all the dialogue since we just did it so that we can burn through this in a few seconds and we'll be good to go. Don't smoke, it's real nasty, it smells bad, it's dangerous, blah blah blah. Don't do it. Alright, let's go. We'll skip through all this because we already did it. Who are you? What do you want from me? Die! I have come to help you.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
Do-do-do.
Now, I want your blood.
The paths of...
No.
This is terrible news.
So we already did this just seconds ago. So we're just speed racing through it. We're going right back to the flesh market. Hey, he's got a ton of different stuff this time. So is it really randomized? Or did we forget to pick it up last time? Let's see. This cloak is attacked in melee. The attacker must pass Fortitude save DC 29 or become sickened. No good. Natural armor +4. Ooh. Intelligence. Dexterity. Ring of protection +3. Chain shirt +4. Gimp dart +4. Heavy crossbow. Okay. Let's see. Got the +3 and a +3. Got a +3. Here's the ring we can put her on her, and she's got a amulet we can stick on her too. But it looks like she's conflicted all over the place, just everywhere. Oh, the spells are conflicting the goggles. The bark skin is probably conflicting the natural armor. What does bark skin give her? Here it is. +2. This enchantment bonus is +1 for every 3 levels up to a +5. So it's way better than the natural armor. But we'll stick this amulet on her anyways. Where'd it go? There it is. Cloak of resistance +2. Cloak of resistance +3. Does everybody have a +3? Everybody but her. Alright. Okay. We're good to go. Sorry, we found new stuff. We got this... Oh, okay. Yep, we're good. Got so much stuff to sell. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be even more rich than we already are. We're super rich. Enter the flesh markets. Do the same thing. Talk to this guy. Just because. Make sure we hit all his talking points. But we already read all this. We're just going right back to where we were. And we have to go. Now, we're going to come over here. Save it. Talk to him again. Go through his talking points. What do you have for sale? And I will buy your pleasure slaves. We will pay 25,000. We have a deal. Excellent. They are strong. Alright, we have more to buy. We're going to buy the Aasimar slaves as well. You are a connoisseur. It's 50,000. Deal. Won't regret it. Let's see. Good. Not far from here is an Aasimar. Good. Go to the Nexus. And we'll talk to the slaves that we bought. Our new master. Explain how to get to the Nexus. You are free now. Lawful. Explain how to get to the Nexus. You will serve me there. We are lawful good. We're doing that. Alright. Let's move on.
I sense something.
Ooh. Hidden stuff. Slaves for every need. Who are you and what are you selling? I'm Raggedy. Show me the spoils you have looted. This might actually be a store. It is. Blackened rags. Robe grants a +2 competence bonus to Arcana checks. It also increases the DC of spells from witch spells list and hexes by 1. Quick draw. This amulet gives a +2 insight to attack and damage with ranged weapons against larger or bigger enemies. Call of Violence. +4 cloak. Its wearer gains 30 feet aura, which grants all engaged allies in the area a +2 to attack and bonus. Ooh. Okay, we want that. It's a +4 cloak of resistance anyways. 2, and we will take the black robes as well. And now we need to go through, double check that we don't need to sell anything. I mean, that we don't need to keep anything. Like, we don't, all the weapons are good, right? That's an intermediate step. Okay, so we have to be careful not to sell that one. Armor. We have to be careful not to sell Delmar's armor. Oh, do we have her bow on us as well? Actually, I think we can sell it. Yeah, we have her bow. But we won't. We'll just keep it just in case. Alright, let's start our sell. Do. Oops. Look at that. 236,000 gold for just our weapons. Just our weapons alone. We don't need the armor. Except we need Delmar's armor and bow. I forgot. Alright. Delmar's armor is here and her bow is there. Alright. Is there anything in here that we need? Yeah. We need those gloves. And the belt +4 on. Okay. Okay. We'll just be careful when we sell this stuff. Oh, let's get rid of our bulk. It'll make things easier. I don't know what this prismatic ring is, if it has some value or something, but it looks cool. But we don't use prismatic spray at all. So we'll keep it, I guess. Boots of the Stampeding. This is athletic to damage rolls. Would be cool if we had somebody that used athletics, but I don't think we do. Helm. And then, let's see, Vast Intelligence +4. We'll save one of those. We'll save the Strength. We'll save this Lens of Prolonged Gaze. Get rid of these. Get rid of these rings. This. We'll save that. Amulet of Ooze. Gloves of Education. Alright, we'll save all that. Okay. 390,000 is what we're getting here. Bang. Alright. Before we start buying slaves, we are wearing the silver robe, which we can totally replace with, because we do the arcana knowledge anyways. So we can do that with the robe. That gives us a +10 arcana, and it also increases... Oh! We should give this to... Let's see. The wearer of this robe suffers elemental damage. Okay, so we'll give this to her. conflicting with the Cloak of Carnage. Ooh. This gives a +2 DC. Okay. That's a tough one. We'll take it off her. We have another cloak anyways. This is +4. Grants an aura for all enemies engaged. We're going to put that on us. We'll put that on us. Go back to her, and we'll put the cloak we just took off on her. Alright, and then for her, let's see, spiderweb is better. And then we had that cloak that we can put on her. Okay, and there's some gloves here too, which give a +4 bonus to range attacks and a +5 bonus to use magic device. That's going to conflict her ring. It's +5 to range. We don't care about that. We'll keep the ring on even though it's conflicted because it gives us the bonus to illusion school. We have more gloves. Oh, that's intermediate. Nobody uses athletics, I don't think, except the horse. I guess we can put the boots on Arusula. Let's see. She's getting a +10 bonus to her athletics. Oh, so her athletics is pretty bad anyways. And a +5 to her mobility. We have freedom of movement, so we're not going to change out our boots. That's why we're not using them. An elemental shirt. I guess we'll throw this on Milla. We were getting a conflict on somebody's helm, I thought. But I guess I was wrong. Yeah, us. Why? The +4 charisma, gloves of the ambassador, ring of protection, shield of demon kind. Let's see, this gives +2. Oh, okay. We don't care about that. We're just wearing these for the knowledge. We don't use athletics, so the ring is probably being conflicted by the shield of demon kind. I do not know why. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do. Okay, we're good to go. Let's talk to this dude again. Show me your slaves. I can offer you a shipment of Glorian slaves. They certainly aren't in the best shape, but Glorians are notoriously for their frailty. I'm sure that's fun. The slaves clad in rags. Oh, these poor souls. What have you done to them? We come from all over, Lady Paladin. Most of us were captured on Canabras. As for me, I got caught on the way to Norcian. I was on leave, going to visit my family. Wing bitch, what are you looking at? Alright, I'll buy them. 50,000. Hey! One of the completely... he killed one. Here's the money. Explain how they can get to the refugees camp. Let's buy that nymph too. I won't ask how much for this nasty piece of crap. 10,000. Watch your fingers. Little prick will bite them off. Hey, 10,000. Bring it over. Let's see. Raggedy opens the cage. You notice his fingers have far more knuckles than typical, which makes his hand look large and spotted spiders. The imp climbs out of his cage, gazes at you with its mean round eyes. So you bought me, eh? Meaning you... I'm your slave now? That's funny. Why don't you go? You missed the colorful ending of his phrase because trying to avoid your retribution, the imp spreads his wings and soars upward, becoming nothing but a dark specter. Raggedy laughs. How awkward. You should have grabbed him. Gonna kill you, dude. I'm gonna kill you. We got a ring of courage, though. You knew that would happen. Give my money back now. Relax, relax. It was a joke. I was just testing you. Here's your money. Show me your slaves. I'm afraid I don't have anything left. Let's go, then. Cerberus. This tall, thin vendor, swathed in dark, loose black robe. He is a demon, but it is impossible to determine his race. His emotion. An expressionless, hairless face covered in tattoos looks as if it was made out of wax, and his eyes are motionless. As you approach, the black figure doubles over and sweeps a low bow. The vendor moves with supernatural delicacy and grace impossible for a human. He extends his arm, which is covered in tattoos, towards you. The ink on his palm comes to life and forms words. Greetings, I am Cerberus, vendor of magical lunatics. The voice of the hand sounds contemplative. I sense shadows, evil shadows that only serve their old masters, who who fought valiantly, but had not the strength to defeat. Beware of this one champion. He is linked to powers both formidable and cunning. Something inside you awakens, and you cast a fiery glance at the slaver. You can see the darkness curling under the layer of his skin, or rather, a shadow resembling darkness, the demon's woven shadow. What kind of slaves do you offer? He points to the group of slaves standing nearby that are completely motionless, their backs unnaturally straight. They look to be drugged. Their eyes are entirely black with a hint of pupil in their depths. My lunatics, magical ingredients, ritual sacrifices dissolve into blood, fermentation finished, distills finished, deposit into practical self-forced storage until inside the slave's body. High magic potential. The goods were examined and certified by Willidus and approved for trading. I can sense the darkness in them. Not mundane darkness, which is merely the absence of light, but the embodiment of darkness that begets evil, the possession awareness instead of being empty. What a cursed substance. Keep an eye on them. What have you done to these slaves, and why? They are no longer slaves. They are vessels of magic. We don't need to buy these lunatics. I think they're lunatics. It's in the name. Show me your magical wares. Boots of arcane persistence. Whenever the wearer of these boots casts the same spell for the 4th time during the day, the next spell becomes quickened, as though it was cast with the quickened spell feat. Sure, we could use those. Robe of Malice, Ring of Imminent Demise. Whenever the wearer makes an attack of opportunity, the enemy must pass a fortitude save or be knocked down. It also grants a +2 attack bonus to damage and attack rolls with two-handed weapons. No, I think we're going to pass on all this. Wait. +5 Ghost Staff allows the wearer to cast illusion schools as if they were 3 levels higher. Alright, we need to check the staff that we are using on... Hey, we must have forgot to grab that staff. Okay, we're buying the staff. Oops. These are all components for spells we can live without. Crafting scrolls and stuff. Got some scrolls, but he's got some wands here. Maximized wand. Regular wands can be used with level 6 spells and lower. And it gives the maximized feat. Quickened. Let's see, this rod grants the ability to make up to 3 spells per day quickened. We would burn through that wand so quick it's not even funny. Do we have... Let's do ascending real quick and check if we have restoration scrolls. We have raised dead scrolls. Lesser restoration, no greater restoration. Okay. But we need to pick up some restoration scrolls. Everything here does ability damage, I'm sure. I thought there was a way to search. Here's restoration. We'll buy 3 of those. Actually, we'll buy all of them. All 7. There is some greater restorations, and these function like lesser restoration, except the spell dispels permanent effects, negative levels that are affecting creatures. Greater restoration also dispels magical effects, penalizing creatures' abilities, cures temporary ability damage, restores all points permanently drained from ability scores, also eliminates fatigue, exhaustion, and removes forms of insanity, confusion, and similar mental effects. Okay, so we won't need 8. They're kind of expensive, right? They're $2,000 each, but we'll buy 4. Ooh, that's 106,000 gold that we're spending right now. Oh, it's all going to this staff. It's worth it. All right, let's equip that staff on Nino. Yes. Ah. That gives her school illusions as if they were 3 levels even higher. All right, let's save and let's kill this guy. He's evil. Evil, evil. I won't be making any deals. 2 projectiles whiz past your ears. A glass eyeball has popped out of his sockets, and dense clouds of smoke begin to form. The lunatics ignore the horrible metamorphosis. They stay lost in their magical trance.
Time to practice my
Yeah, die, die, die! We're blind. We're not hitting him very much. Is he immune to magic missiles and force strike? Okay then. Let's throw some acid arrows at him then. Let's remove blindness on our character. There's acid fog in the area. Alright. He's dead. Golden coin from the flesh markets. That's cool. I think we need those coins for something. Let's talk to them. The faces of the lunatics are darted with blood, but their empty gazes show no change. The slaves' cheeks are pierced with sharp rocks that hit them during the fight, but the slaves do not pay attention in the slightest to the wounds. Champion, heed my advice that I give you. Though I say this with a heavy heart, do not let these unfortunates into your camp, for their darkness has branded them with an ominous mark. They pose a threat, and my heart tells me that any attempt to show them mercy will lead to great loss and bloodshed. Explain to the lunatics that they can go to the Nexus. You are free to leave. Do you understand me? The unfortunate poisoned Nabra's magical potion, they ignore your words. They continue to stare into the void with eerie black eyes. What happened to you? You're free to leave. I'm pretty sure we were told not to do that, though. No, he just said don't let them into the camp, right? He didn't say we couldn't let them go. Alright, get out of here, then. Your words make no impression on the lunatics. They don't even understand them. The words on the vendor's palm read, they cannot be set free. Let's see what's inside. Die! Slaves make no attempt to defend themselves. They stare through you with indifference.
Save the last one for me.
Mwahahaha. I think that was an evil act. And we're lawful good. But they were super evil. Ooh, gloves. The jaws of the jackal. These grant profane vigor effect, which is a +2 natural armor to all evil creatures. No good to us. We do have an evil person in our group, though, right? Great honor. How may I assist you? So this is a general from Hep. And he wants to buy slaves. Allow me to present the fine specimen, an extraordinarily belligerent, destructive, vicious slave. He has killed 7 hunters before his capture. Shut your mouth, meatball. Your breath stinks. I don't need gladiators or bodyguards. I'm looking for a pack of strong demons, ones who are not very bright but can obey orders. In that case, perhaps my lady would be interested in a batch of creatures recently captured in the lower city. They are all strong and quite stupid. What do you want to do with these puny creatures? They are small, fry, fit only for cannon fodder. They seem fine to me. Finish the preparations, then send them to the harem of ardent dreams, and be quick about it. Let's see, let's talk to the giant eyeball. Welcome to the flesh markets. He has no business in doing business with us. Our presence... Okay. Oh, hey, Stoocher's there. He's that little dretch that is intelligent, that works for the architect of the world. Master Starkez is happy to see you, Lady Arusula, again, and wishes her pleasant purchases at the flea market. He regrets immensely that he was wasn't informed Lady Urusula's visit in advance. Otherwise, he would have prepared a special lot exclusively for her. We remember your preferences well, and he would happily satisfy your wishes for such a discerning client. Urusula sounds calm, but you can see her hands starting to tremble. Please tell Master Crucius that I have no interest in his slaves anymore. I won't pay for them neither in gold nor in other ways. Quite to Stuchor. Tell me that Dretch. That Dretch is like other demons in the shipment and set aside for Lady Hap. Without a doubt, this lazy waste of flesh caught today in the lower city will never prove more than a worker, but he belongs to the new mistress. She is a very influential person, therefore trying to deceive her would be disrespectful and dangerous. We would never commit such a foolish act. He resents your suggestion that he is capable of doing anything of the kind, and is insulted and outraged. There are not many vices that can surpass the greed of demons, but pride is one of them. Imagine the tremendous power it has when the two are combined. As disgusting as it is for me to give advice, listen to me. If this scoundrel feels insulted, offer him gold, not as part of the deal, but rather as compensation for the insult and recognition of high status. Okay. Want some gold? How much does he want? As a gesture of reconciliation, he immediately release him and drive out the unpresent. 30,000. Okay. I have no idea why Hef needs slaves. But what I've heard, they don't live long enough to become property. No doubt, meaning you saved me. So I guess how were you captured? I've been wandering the lower city searching for something, never you mind what. I mean, that's not what I meant to say. It's a personal matter. Yeah, that's the right way to put it. So I'm roaming around, chatting with sundry slaves appeared, threw me in a cage and brought me here. What will you do now? I'll continue my search. It won't be easy, but I'll prove to her that I'm smarter and wilier than she thinks. What are you looking for? Don't ask, it's none of your business. Farewell. And he's basically trying to say thank you and finally runs off. Hey, can we buy more slaves? Ooh, phone call. And I gotta take this one, guys. I will be right back, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. I know we lost a viewer there. That's all right. You know, overall, I had to take that call. I needed a break. It was an important call. There's just stuff, and that was part of it. So let's get back into the game. Why did Hap buy the slaves? She's extremely secretive. No one knows what she's up to. One of the demon guards growls at the conversation and unconsciously leans forward and whips one of the slaves. I'd like to see your slaves. I'm afraid you can't. Who are you? Not everyone approves of slavery, but I respect your customs. I appreciate your kind words. Your wisdom is truly impressive. He would like to offer us a valuable gift, a sign of his personal regard, as he found you both intelligent and discerning. For the most esteemed guests, we received some kind of item. Address the tiefling. Are you his slave? The demon burst out laughing. Cease your attempt to bypass communicating with him. I'd like to know more about the slave market, the flesh markets. It's a hierarchy. Okay. What is this place? People just coming up and getting slapped around, whipped. Alright, I see. Let's go. We're not gonna fight him. What did he give us? He gave us an item. New to old. This amulet grants the wearer immunity to the necromancy school while in demonic rage. Oh, we don't need that. Something we can sell, though. It was given to us. Here's Razma, the slave trader. She's translucent. Just an image, a projection of her consciousness. A visitor from another plane. I am Razma. Okay, so she... What in the heck is she talking about? Unlike others, I am not involved in faceless shipment of goods. Each slave who passes through my hands has a personality. So, what I see standing here is just a projection? Certainly. I'm leaving. Can't sell us anything. Here's another dude. He's selling skilled gladiators. This was probably where we needed to buy the gladiators from. Yep. He sells stuff from the Batless. Who are you? What is the mask that you wear? And Nino wants to take off his mask and study it. Let's see. Show me the weapons you're selling. Why do you keep calling them Nandirians? Show me what you've got. Great Sword. Living Bane. Grants the wielder a +5 to saving throws against Necromancy School, but reduces his hit points by 20 while it's equipped. Rapier +5 with Finesse. It's Keen. Gives a +2 to attack and damage rolls on attacks of opportunity. If it results in a killing blow, she gets an extra attack for the next round. Night Flesh. Shock Speed +5. And a +5 to initiative rolls. 90 grand. I think we'll wait on buying weapons. He wants way too much money for this stuff. It doesn't matter if we have 677,000. We're probably going to need it. Queen took over our army. Probably messed it all up. Show me what you're selling. I am selling death itself. Death lurks in my gladiators. There's glory to be gained in fighting in the arena, you say. If your slaves are good enough to fight, why don't they rebel and free themselves? The arena is their home. I'll buy your gladiators. 30,000. Deal. Explain they are free and send them to the Nexus. Master, do you doubt their fighting skills? Would you continue to train in your camp under supervision? Believe us, we are conquer the arena. Alright. There's more people in our camp. There's still more slaves here. I thought I told you to sell me all of them. Good sir. We will be buying more slaves. Never mind. He's not selling us anything else. But there is some stuff back here. Steal it. Thank you very much. Activate this thingy if we need to. Oh, hey, look. It showed us that we have a quest all about the devastation. Pay a surprise visit to Echo. Conversation with Camilla. Devastation. Plans of action. Okay. We're not there yet. We're still exploring. Looks like our haste wore off. We can't have that. We must be under constant haste. Citizens. Knowledge Arcana. The island is floating. We are not products of some crazy magic.
Something is not right here. I hope you appreciate it.
Commoner. Portal up. Where are we now? Ah, we are on the floating island. This is important because we'll be coming back to this location, but for our puzzles. But for now, let's just look around. Of Ardent Dreams. Is that the place we need to go? Dance. The portal. Portal. Okay. I don't think that's where we needed to go, but let's just keep going. Senior guard. Guard. The labyrinth. What are these guys talking about? It won't let us talk to anybody. Let's stick around for a minute and see if they start fighting. They're arguing about masters. We can't bypass it, and I want to see if they start fighting. Shut up, both of you. This place belongs to Our Lady in Shadow, not Baphomet, not Duraski, and she won't tolerate the ruckus or bloodshed in on streets. No fighting. That's a shame. Alright, let's, oh. Burn this. There's no way this wall doesn't move. Dang it. I can't get that wall to move.
I sense something.
We'll be coming back to this location because we need to come
I am
here,
helpful, am I not?
but we don't have the item yet. We need to do the first part. And I can't get that wall to move. And I'm pretty sure it does move. Hey, it moved. I beg you, kind sir, give me a moment of your time. It's Asamar's. Greetings and welcome to the Dismissal Palace. My name is Lavarak, and may I ask for your help? I beg you show mercy, not toward me, but toward these young innocent maidens. They are my awards, and they have been abducted by... Okay. How may I be of assistance? I'm glad you're willing to listen to me. The good gods must have engineered our encounter. Freeing enslaved Asimars is afraid. How did the Asimar women end up in the abyss? Enslavers did raiding parties. Where can I find these captives? As far as I know, they are thralls hired by a slaver. Why don't you just buy their freedom? Alas, I cannot afford it. Why don't you bring these Asimar women to the abyss? Why would you? It pains me to say, but I can only think of two options, and both are equally terrible. They could be sold to the Delights, a filthy whorehouse where corrupt souls indulge in pleasures. The other option is even worse. They could be used to be killed or taken to the harem of Ardent Dreams, where she tortures them mercilessly. I decided the Asimar captives would be safer in my camp. The Asimar appears doubtful. I am infinitely grateful that you have freed those unfortunates, but you should have sent them to me. I survived a terrible shock, perhaps even abuse. They need kinsmen, someone who can understand and listen to them and try to heal their scars left by this ordeal. I fear irking out of meager existence in an army camp surrounded by gruff, rough soldiers will reopen their wounds. Hey, dude, I am an Asimar and an angel. The demon examines you. His eyes... We just got teleported in here. His eyes glaze. Their leader, misshapen demon, whose facial features exhibit not only pressing acquaintance, but symmetry issues. Commander barks, "Shut up, everyone, and get on the ground, on your stomachs. Turn out your pockets. Perhaps we can settle this, settle for taking gold and spare your lives. But you, my sweet morsels, will be leaving us in pieces." He grins malevolently. Behind the chatty demon is some creatures with crystals in his body. So he's one of those. Who are you? We're the best assassin guild ever. Why did you come here? This Asimar misfit has made certain someone very angry, so angry they put a large bounty on his head, which is why we're going to gut him. Okay. Who's that brute standing with you? Oh, this? It's Gouger. We could intimidate him, and we would no doubt pass this check. But we're gonna fight. Because we haven't been in a fight in a while. It's time to fight. Bring it on. Let's do this. We were paid, but we won't let you leave. Get him, Gouger. It looks like haste is no longer on us, so let's put that on. Now that that's on, let's pick up our, there's an Abyssal Huntress back here. Let's hit her with Phantasmal. Oh, she's dead. They're all dead. We probably should have played on a higher difficulty, but this was really more about the story than anything else. Wait, sir, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Who sent you? You don't know her name. Everyone calls her the Red Mask because that is what she always wears. We have no idea who or what she is beneath the mask. She sits in the bad luck all day, guzzling booze like there's no tomorrow. Who is the Red Mask? Damned if I know. Get lost, I'll not finish you bothering killing you. Nah. Die. He folds his hand in a gesture of play, wailing in utter display. I beg you, please protect me. Unless she is stopped, the Red Mask will get to me, and even worse, to my wards. I do not fear death, but these girls must not be hurt again. I cannot put an end to the Red Mask's depravity, but you can. I appeal to your mercy. Who is the Red Mask? I haven't the slightest idea. I will deal with her. You are generous and have a courageous heart. I will be praying for your success. That's right. That is right. Don't mind us. We're just lawful good thieves. We need to loot everything. Even if it's just a wooden cup, we will take it. Nothing is safe from us. Weapons, we found some. Got a unholy spear. A shocking longbow +1. A skimtar +2. And a brachette +3. Armor, we found full plate +2. And breastplate +2. And a ring of protection +1. None of this stuff helps any of our people. All junk. Which is probably why they died so quickly. Greetings, good sir. May I spend the night in your home? No, there's no room. Could use a little help myself. Okay, here's a potion of cure light wounds, or cure serious wounds. I have a few questions. How did you survive in this place? It isn't easy. What are you doing here? He needs to save the Aasimars. We already know that. Why do you only help women? Because they are weaker. Their refinement. Wow. Wow. Dude, if I said that, somebody, some chick or some dude, some simp would beat my ass. It would just happen. I would get slaughtered. Yeah, even the angel's like, dude, I wish Amode, the goddess, could hear his words. That women are weaker. What happened to your wards? They survived the monstrous abuses, the demons. I have no more questions. This dude is playing a game here, man. There's no way this guy's intentions are good. No way.
There are many
Oh,
not right
we
here.
found secret. What secret did we find? A door that we can't go in, I think. Yeah. Am I blind again? Is Sela blind? I thought we had true seeing on. We don't. Oh, we do. Yeah, so we just need to cure the blindness.
Open your heart to me.
Fine. Alright, where are we? We are getting close to the first part. The Harem of Ardent Dreams. Let's go up a little further here.
Self-imposed little challenge.
Does this move or something? Yeah, it's moving. Oh, hopefully it doesn't take forever. Okay, so it's not going to come high enough. Let's go over here then. This is the guy we need to talk to, I believe. I thought. Oh, there's the thingy. Nope. Okay. Well, this is where we need to put it when we find it. But apparently, I forgot to write down where to get it from. It's definitely one of these dudes, but maybe not that particular group. And it could be lower. And then an item's going to show up here that we drop in there. It's part of this big puzzle quest. I don't want to go in the Ardent Dreams yet. Because I'm like 99% sure. Here's another portal. Oh, okay. The bridge. I've got this written down too. Middle City Bridge. Alright. So, do this puzzle, which does seem impossible. The first thing we have to do is just keep clicking until somebody can stand on this.
Knowledge is the key to
And yeah, it's very randomized. Now, we have to put somebody on top of it. And it won't spin anymore. And now, oops, stay on there.
I'm up for an adventure.
There's the next one. And then we'll go.
Keep your wits about
So this is how you do it. And you just wiggle them back and forth until they fall into place. And they will, see? They will fall into place. There's no order to it. You just keep wiggling them back and forth.
need to concentrate.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Alright. And we'll do the last. Oh, no.
Never stop learning. Does anyone require my counsel?
Oh, come on, dude. There we go. We'll run our guy across. Here is the chest. And inside it, we get Banded Mill. I kind of hoped it would be better than Banded Mill, but okay. It is... Wow. It's really powerful Banded Mill. It's AC 12 with a +5 enchantment bonus. The wearer of this is attacked by melee while being prone, stunned, or staggered. The attacker must pass a reflex save DC 30 or suffer the same condition for 2 rounds. Alright, well, I don't think the ability will be much good to us, but the armor is pretty good. She can't wear it. Oh, it's heavy armor. Well, I mean, Banded Mill, Full Plate Mill, kind of the same thing, except this one has a benefit. So we'll put this on her. We can put the full plate on somebody else. Alright, I guess we have to go... Loot the Titan's minor ruin, middle of the city, right. Middle of the city. To the right. It won't let us go back here. Let's go this way. Right. No. I swear it was those demons, so maybe we don't have the puzzle yet? Let's go over here. There's a chest down there. Okay. We have to go through a portal to get that chest. I swear this is where we needed to be. And I thought these were the dudes we needed to talk to.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright. We are going to look, because I can't believe that we missed a key part of this puzzle after all that research I looked up. Pathfinder, Abyss, boot slots. Game takes place on Galorian, overrun demons. While progressing, the players have various options to solve puzzles. There are many puzzles, extreme complex mysteries. Okay. The Abyss loot puzzles. Travel to the middle city. Begin the loot puzzle. In the northern region of the middle city, players can fight a demon mob. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have that written down. So there is a mob somewhere that we need to talk to that we're just not seeing in the northern part of the middle city. Maybe they're not in this part of the island. Yeah, they're probably not on this island. Let's go to the harem of Ardent Dreams. First time here? Are you sure? You're welcome here. This is the harem of Ardent Dreams. The palace of Samara, chief demoness in the city after Nocturne, of course. But when did Nocturne ever care about our petty concerns? Bottom line, this place belongs to the person who really runs everything around here. Got it? How does a feeble guard like you expect to stop someone from vanquishing a horde of demons on Galorian? Was that meant to scare me? Sure, I've heard there's a massacre happening on Galorian, and how I know you have anything to do with it. Until I see blood on your hands, you remain nothing but a pompous stranger. I wish to enter. You know the city. I don't think Samira would deny you audience. Come on in. All right.
I need to concentrate.
A red-haired, beautiful demon sits majestically on a throne, an aura of bright light blazing around her. It is not gentle, life-giving light that shines on Galorian. This light blinds, withers, and makes a person burn with fever, draining their strength. Samira of Ardent Dream. Samira gives you a withering glare and hisses through her teeth. What are you doing here, Aasimar spawn? Do you have a death wish, or maybe a trace of the slightest interest appears in her demon voice, or maybe your sins and crimes caused your own kind to cast you out, and now you need a patron to protect you. Oh, man. News just keeps getting worse, man. Alright, Samira throws a casual glance at Arusula and raises an eyebrow in surprise. So rumors were true, Arusula. You really are making friends with mortals now. I must admit I found it hard to believe that such a worthy daughter of the Abyss has fallen so low. Samira falls silent but receives no answer. Well, not that I really care. Less of your arrogance. You have no idea the power I command. She shrugs, looking bored. No matter what power you possess, I doubt you would impress me more than two Balors who started a fight in the middle of the city and whom I had to force into obedience. I doubt you would be a match for infuriated Marith robbed by some cunning thief. Negotiating with you will hardly be difficult. If you seek to impress me, you will have to do something worth boasting about. Does the name Willidus mean anything to you? Yes, Willidus is known to me, highly esteemed. He is the advisor to Nocturne. That is why I would be happy to see the cursed dimwit doing some real work for a change. Instead, he's cowering in the palace. I came to seek your patronage. Mara looks you up and down with contemptuous expression and then gives an answer with a scoff. So you can be to me, so what use can you be to me, you foolish mortal? The most powerful demons serve me. What can your pitiful self offer that they cannot? In your mind, Samira's voice sounds calmer, though it is still arrogant. In truth, there is one thing you can help me with, Galorian, but the others mustn't know about it. Work for me, and I will grant you a share of my attention and patronage. No doubt you have already heard of Nerdian crystals, objects of astonishing power, that grant their owner incredible abilities. Everyone in Arulan knows of their existence, but no one knows what they are or where to get them. No one except that smug cow Hep. I want you to find out what they are. My advice is to start searching in the piles known in the lower cities. Ask for Redfren, my predecessor, now a beggar. Once we get the information that we need, take the mark so the arch near her palace will let us use it. Okay. I see greed in the eyes of this. She's ready to make a deal, and I can sense that there's more than idle interest laying behind it. We both know Nerdian crystals can make demons immensely powerful. We are pursuing Hep to prevent her from creating and unleashing this army. Yet you reveal the secret of the crystal Samara. We risk trading one enemy for another. Our mission demands that we make concessions, but it does not mean we blindly obey every demon's request. So you and Hap aren't friends. Be friends with that miserable cow? Of course not. I'm courting her to learn the secrets, but consistent struggle. Okay. Tell me about the crystals you are so interested in. You haven't heard of them? Are Galorians all this stupid and unobservant? It's a purple crystal possessing immense power. Unfortunately, only high-ranking servants of Baphomet know where they are. Why should I look for Zorfin? When I first heard about the crystals, it reminded me of the last days, Zorfin's rule. He was Nocturne's right hand. He was plotting a coup. So he should know. Where should I look for him? In the depths. Why did you choose me for this mission? Because you are neither Divan nor resident. Everything is clear to me now. I want to know more about Nock. What exactly are you expecting to hear? He's worshipped. What kind of harem is this? What do you think? Because I am Samara of the ardent dreams, I choose a lover of the great Nock. Every time she grows weary of plots and conspiracy and craves wild passion and warm caresses, she comes here to my harem. Doesn't the word harem mean a group of individuals always ready to copulate with the master or mistress of the harem? The name should accurately describe the function of the establishments. For instance, residents of the former Angel intended to copulate between the above-mentioned Angel Girl and Lady Nocturne, which also performs this function in the City Hall. I've seen Hep at the flea markets. Tell me about her. Hep is an honored guest. There's nothing to discuss. With a stranger that I've met, you ask foolish questions. She's Hep's daughter. How did you achieve such a high standing? Rejected limits. Do you hate Asimars and kill them brutally? Oh yes. I have no more questions. Alright, we're going. Right. We're still on this island, so we need to leave the island and go back to the main side. We have to turn this until the island reconnects. Ugh. All right. All right. Let's go see if we can find that mob. These are all the slavers, but I'm pretty sure we're done here. In the slave market anyways. Hey, there's a portal over here. Go up. Alright. We need to haste ourselves and keep on going. Up. We never went up. looks like we can go up to the roof. Not sure what's up there. But sure. Oh, there's a portal here. Into the Grim Mansion. Okay. Free stuff. Oh. Well.
I hope you appreciate this.
All right. We got a cloak. That is a cloak of resistance +5 on all saving throws. Bonuses of the same type do not stack. That's pretty strong. We're going to keep our cloak on, though, and put this +5 on Sela. Is that it? Maybe we have to come back here another time. Because it looks like there's more stuff here, but we can't get to it.
I'm prepared at your
We need to
back.
heal. Alright, let's step outside.
There are many roads to success.
We do have mass heal also, which is kind of cool. Oh, okay. That whole thing falls. We need to go up there. There's a portal. Go in that. All right. Hey, there's the stairs. To the right of the stairs. Let's see.
No time for debates.
Oh, you want to fight? Bring it. It's time to die. Let's cast Phantasmal on her. Nope. It didn't work. And everybody's hurt, but we are going to do mass heal. Where is it? I know I saw mass heal. Let's see, this is overwhelming presence. Mass heal. Bam! Oh. Freaking Nino was too far away. Oh well. Take his stuff. He started the fight, not us.
I am helpful, am I not?
Mm-hmm. $10,000 delights. We will go in there in just a second. Let's see if we can make this wall go down. There it goes. Come to the right. We're looking for the mob. There they are. Let's save. Let's cast heal on Nino. Nino. We're so out of buffs. We're so out of buffs. Overwhelming presence.
I'll need to review this spell later.
Oh, that's an attack on somebody. Alright. Did we save? Cast haste. And talk. They just instantly fight us. What? We're getting harassed by mortals? This place has gone to the gods. Slit their throat. We don't need witnesses. Bring it, mofo. I'll take you down to Motown. Let's see, And they're dead. There's the rock we needed for that puzzle. Ooh, we got some pretty cool belts. Belt of the Champion. +6 Constitution. +2 Fortitude saves. +1 AC against evil. Well, we need our strength. We could put that on Sela. What would that change strength-wise? Nothing. So let's do that. Gives her 239 hit points. And then we have a belt +4. We have 2 of them. We must already have one on, right? Yeah. A ring of protection +5. That's going to replace ours. What's conflicting it? Shield of Demon Kind. I think the Shield of Demon Kind. Need to look at that and see why it's conflicting and if the conflict is even worth having. Shield from Demon Kind. For 1 minute per caster level, which is why it's going to last 24 hours. At any time the target is attacked by a demon, the demon is dealt 1d6 points of damage, +1 damage per 2 caster levels. Additionally, the target gains deflection bonus to AC equal to 2, +1 per 6 caster levels. So, the Ring of Protection is going to be better than the protection we're getting off of that, right? No. Okay, then. Let's put that Ring of Protection +4 on Sela. And then we have a Ring of Protection +3 now available. But neither of our girls wear it, so we'll just save it for somebody else. Alright. We need to go to the lower city. When we go back to the lower city, that's where we'll use that rock for the first part of the puzzle. We can portal down. Might as well see what's down there, right? Sure. Let's come down all the way here. Oop. Crap. Okay. What is the point of this?
Watch out for trouble.
There is no point. It's chaos. Alright, here's that trap we saw.
I am helpful, am I not? I hope you appreciate this.
Just junk stuff. There's a Knowledge Arcana thing here.
A success worthy of praise.
Is that it? That was the whole point of this area? I guess we better check, make sure buildings don't fall down. One does. No idea. It makes access to this roof. Okay. Okay, so nothing. Nothing. Into the dirt we go. We need to turn the camera until the wall goes away. Let's go to this place. Our palace of pleasure is at your service. We offer every delight imaginable. You see a massive, beautiful decorated door. It appears impregnable. At eye level, an elegant scripture reads 10,000 delights. In smaller letters, the inscription reads, a gift from Alexia of the Wonderful to the Bravo the Beautiful. Try to open the door. The door clicks and the door opens slightly. It speaks to you in a pervish voice. Welcome to the 10,000 delights, dear guest. The madam has ordered me not to impede your journey. You can talk, but you're a door. Better a door than a dolt. The door giggles in a most vile way. Lady Vexia had a hand in my creation after her rest in the 10,000 delights was disturbed by overzealous admirers. She presented me to the madam. Mr. Door, sir, may I ask you a few questions? I am interested in your expert opinion. How do you feel about the political and social situations of Alushra? Same old, same old. We've had more and more beggars in the back alleys and fewer clients in the brothel. Samira struts around the city like a princess, nose in the air, demanding the red carpet be unrolled whenever she deigns to step. Meanwhile, Nock is holed up in her palace and doesn't seem to give a rat's ass about the hardships of the working class. The door utters what sounds like a heavy sigh. In short, life is shit. Mr. Door, thank you. His thought process aligned with those of the lower class, while his internal support for the status quo and love of gossip demonstrates his natural aptitude for gatekeeping. From this, we can conclude that this is not an artificially created golem, but a living individual transformed into a door. I am going to. You shouldn't even exist. This is wrong. You should never have happened. This is a curse of dark magic. It is too dangerous. Okay, well, we don't have to do anything. Let's just go in. Enjoy yourself, dear guest. All right. Uh-oh. There are succubus everywhere. It's our weakness.
There are many roads to success.
There's Shavo. He was the madam of the, She's an attractive Lathu. Revealing dress. Her eyeless face is serene. A new guest. We're always happy to welcome new guests in the 10,000 delights. I am Shivaro, ruler of this palace of pleasures. The only taboos here is brawling and moderation and talking politics. Aside from that, anything goes. As my guest, you can expect to receive gentle caresses, or if you prefer wild and untamed ones, I have servants of every type to suit every taste. Any of them can be yours for the night or forever if your pockets are deep enough. What are your preferences? Never mind, I'll find out myself. She tilts her head to one side as if studying your non-existent eyes. Failed. You feel a warm, gentle hand seem to touch your consciousness and neatly separate thoughts from memories, feelings from emotions. Occasionally, images long past and recent events drift through your mind. A Galorian. I see, yes. And a commander of the Crusade, no less. What a fascinating memories you have. Ah, now that we've been properly introduced, you're not offended, are you? The Luther gives you a deep, pleasant laugh, but her voice trembles with inexplicable excitement. I like you. Perhaps we can spend the night together. Interest shows on her face. I take it you're used to people falling into your arms. Don't expect me to. My favor must be won, but you seem entirely capable of it. I'd like to hire succubi to entertain the arena champion, Fang. They are currently serving a special client in the upper city. As you surely understand, their caresses do not come cheap. Do you have 40,000 gold by chance? Or where can I find them? The image of a luxurious mansion in the upper city appears in your head. The building moves further and further away as you are soaring into the sky, though you soon see where it is located. This place is called the Palace of Incest and Degeneracy. You'll find the girls there. Tell them you already paid me. I'm looking for a companion for the night. Her vision dims and your thoughts become slow and sluggish. Your thoughts are flooded with waves of heat as the Lathu nods connect in concentration. What interesting thoughts you have. What an unusual mortal you are. Well, that's a stroke of luck. It just so happens I need someone like you. Slow down, my sweet. If you seek tender pleasures here, it will cost more than gold. We need to be friends first, and all that takes to become a friend is that you do a little favor for me. I want you to kill someone for me. A brazen gang of demons keeps harassing my girls, attacking them on the street and dragging them back to their lair in the lower city. The foul den is called the Rotten Gutter Ray. Spilled their blood, rescue my girls, and come back for your reward. The words of a fiend sound sweet, but what lurks behind them? Lust? A desire to use you? Something even more insidious? I sense danger here, like a reek of decay near the crypt. Faint but clear, beware of this trap, champion. You won't let my girls die in the clutches of monsters, will you? He smiles, enticingly. You are so confident and have such potential. I think you and I will enjoy being friends. It's too bad she is not a succubus. That is our weakness, because of Arusule, though her charms are okay, but we're not smitten by them. I want to know more about this place. Some fools call it a brothel, but you can find everything here. I see. Tell me your story. You're a skilled mind reader. I understand everything. I'm leaving.
I am helpful, am I not?
Let's see. Morbid honey-tongued. A succubus in the corner. Uh-oh. Bites her lip in a pleading glance towards you. But she looks like she's pleading for love. The demon guard stands nearby. You, sir, have such a material look about you. And that body. I immediately picked you out of a crowd. Please spare me at least a moment of your time. I, Morbid the honey-tongued, have been waiting for you. I like you. What can I do? The succubus shows her long, narrow tongue, wiggling it like a snake. My tongue will make you feel sweet as honey. We're dripping from it. I can penetrate, intertwine, and slide. I would have given you a taste of my honey for a reasonable price, but it's just not possible. What did you want to talk about? Oh yes, Zeeks. I don't know what to do. The succubus hides her face in her hands. He'll either kill me or get me kicked out of here, and I don't know which is worse. What happened? Who is Zeeks? She clutches her hand to her chest. Zeeks is a powerful demon, and I was so flattered when he took notice of me, but then he grew jealous. He complained that I spent too much time with other guests, and he started killing them. Oh, I'm afraid he will kill me out of jealousy. We succeeded in our perception. The succubus looks at you closely as if checking whether you believe her or not. There's no one who can help me. I am powerless, and no one can protect me outside of the walls of this brothel. I don't think you're telling me everything. For an instant, her perfect face turns angry and unpleasant, but it quickly passes. You don't trust me because I sell love for money? If I lie to my guest, it only makes them happy. How can I help? Murder is forbidden by the 10 Delights, so I set up a date with Zeeks on the roof not far from here. I beg you to kill him, and I will repay you with such pleasure you will never again be tempted by anyone else. Bring his ring, and you'll learn what Honey Tongue can do. Though this will not be your only reward. Okay. She takes a deep breath, her chest heaving. Oh yeah, that feels good. You'll find him in a nearby roof where he likes to look for new victims. There's a place to the left of the upper city gates where you can climb to his perch, but I beg you, get rid of him as soon as possible. Alright. A large demon guard in the chained collar. Can I help you? What's behind the door? The upper city. Our guests often use this door as they are far too important to be seen on the streets of the middle city. I want to go through that door. Feel free to do just that. You're no riffraff. The door is made for people like you. No, I don't want to go through the door. Okay, if this, let's see, this is the stairs to the lower city. You said it was the stairs of the upper city onto the right, so I'm thinking he's over here, if this leads to the upper city. Let's go find out if that leads to the upper city. That's what we have to find out first. Yeah, it does. There's a senior guard here. Do we need to kill you too? You are the one who brought the angel into the streets. You'd better either cracked head or the most fearless mortal I've ever seen. I want to go through. Go on in. You're clearly not a gutter snipe. Okay, we don't have to kill him, which is too bad. So this is going to lead us to the upper city, which means these are the stairs. Which means there should be something to the right that will let us get up. There it is. Let's save. Cast haste. Head on up. Oops. Go up. Oh, that dude looks wicked cool. Let's see. A demon resembling a spike-like minotaur stands on the roof, and an especially ugly gargoyle. Though the horse sent another assassin. Well, come closer, you fool. Let me see who you are. I'll be having dinner tonight. Yesterday there were two, and I crushed them in a single ball of meat. Zeeks, I am here to see you never trouble Moref again. The demon laughs. Did she order you to tell me that? The same Moref who is as clingy as mud and won't stop chasing after me? Well then, go back, attack. Well, then go on. Attack. You're going to be number... Well, I've lost count. Morat is chasing you. That's not what she told us. So you believe what the whore says? Well, they won't live long. So I'm not the first person she hired? If I had kept the skulls of everyone like you, I would have built myself a palace. I picked that Morat in the brothel once. She seemed sturdier than the others, but I didn't realize my own strength could drive a succubus insane. The wretch decided we were meant for each other. Of course, I laughed it off as nonsense, but she scraped together enough money and now sends assassins after me for revenge. She knows how much it annoys me. You gullible morons are always interrupting my day, but your bones crunch nicely as I chew. It must be said, you look smarter than the others, though. Would you like to make a deal? I don't know how much Morat promised you, but I'll double it. It'll be the easiest money. You don't even need to kill Morat, and that's impossible inside the brothel anyways. You just give her my enchanted ring. As soon as she takes it, she'll be teleported here, and we'll have a little heart-to-heart. The cunning wench went to such efforts to spend one more minute with me, so this should make sure it comes true. His eyes are twinkling with mirth, as if this was all a game. I think you're hiding something. You don't trust me, that's the right call. Don't trust the word here in the abyss. Not that you have many options. Either accept my deal or accept the invitation to dinner as a main course. Give me a minute to think it over. Okay, we're gonna save. Take his deal and find out which one of these two idiots are lying.
Please, forgive me.
I got lost. Which is kind of funny. Here it is. So we're not gonna quick save. Wait. Arusula stares nervously at the door. Do you know this place? This brothel is 10,000 Delights, the biggest and most popular one in all of Jerusalem. Yes, I know what it is. I have unfinished business in here. Is that so? Great, thanks for telling me. It would be a shame if I missed out on seeing this place. Of course, I understand. All kinds of business is conducted here, not only pleasure-related. I'd like to ask you about something if you go in there. Please go without me. I don't want to see the inside of this place ever again. I especially don't want to meet any of the denizens. Why? This is my former life. I would prefer to leave it all behind in the past. Old acquaintances, clients, I don't want to run into any of them. Alright, alright. If I go in, I won't take you with me. Thank you. So we have to change out... We have to change her out. Which means we have to find... We have to find one of those portals.
Focus on the goal.
Oh, it's been a good day for streaming. We got a lot done. The first two lower areas. We're heading up to the third area, but only to find a portal. And then we have quite a few quests that we need to get done.
Watch out for trouble.
I have no idea where we're going. I'm just randomly pushing stuff.
I sense something. What's on your mind? I wonder. I am helpful, am I not?
Keep your calm.
You know that's a secret door. There's no way that is not a secret door. But it's not detectable, so we'll have to come back some other time.
Something is not right here.
Why is there a trap right there? Oh, there's a chest over here.
I hope you appreciate this.
Wall move?
I am helpful, am I not?
There are many roads to success.
I think we have to go down these portals.
Hi, guide.
Ah, there's a portal. Yay. Go in there, go to the Nexus. We need to rest anyways. We're completely out of haste. Let's see. Suddenly shearing pain forces you to your knees. For a moment you feel as though you are in a frying pan. Your skin is on fire. The agony is unbearable. The world goes dim around you and you find yourself unable to breathe. As you fade in and out of consciousness, you hear the angel Tagora screaming in pain somewhere nearby. The hand of an inheritor. The pain stops. The hand of the inheritor is standing over you, his hands aglow with light. My righteous comrade, what happened? I felt no evil spell, but both of you suddenly screamed in agony. I don't know, Targaryen whispers. It suddenly felt like I was burning. I was bound, hand and foot, unable to defend myself, and I was burning. Wait, don't heal me yet. The hand of the inheritor. I need answers. I want to study these invisible burns. What could it have been? A curse? A spell? I didn't sense anything. I still don't. But we are in the abyss. Many things are possible here. I hope it doesn't happen again. Well, if it does, perhaps we can better understand the nature of the affliction. However, have much to discuss. Let's put the matter of the mystery of the ailment aside for now. How goes it finding the Echo? Our mission to eliminate the threat of crystals, Nidian crystals, that should remain our top priority, but we cannot ignore Echo. Our insidious enemy knows that we are in the abyss, the champion, and it is clear that he plans to kill you. Moreover, there is still the matter of the hostage that he took from Ura's fall. I know how the Echo thinks. I am certain that his lair is not in Urusale. I believe he holds captives in the Rasping Wisps, the lord of his realm. However, as I mentioned before, he must have a portal hidden somewhere in the city, and it wouldn't surprise me if the portal is sealed and guarded. But we must still try to find it. I can help with that. Let Redfern focus on his mission, and I will search for the portal. You can't go into the city of demons alone, sister. You are maimed. Your maimed wing may deceive some, but demons into believing you are a fallen angel, but they will not be fooled. Not all will be fooled. That is why the champion and I ought to help you. It will not keep us from fulfilling our primary mission. Very well, I'll follow your lead, but first I need to follow up on a hunch. I'll be near the portal that leads to the Nexus of Nura. Meet me there. So what do we do now? The Echo does not work alone. He has numerous spies and contacts among the demons involved with the World Wound. If we can track him down, one of the Echo's allies might lead us straight to him. We could search for Echo's henchmen, but it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortune may favor us, but we'd be trusting everything to chance. A more reliable method would be to turn to the rulers of this city for assistance. After all, you're going to need their help with other matters as well. There's one tried and true method of hunting demons. Make them hunt you instead. If Echo hates everything and everyone, you'll end up with half the abyss chasing after you. Oh, he's gonna go solo it. Oh, fine, you can go. Excellent. If you need me, just listen for the sounds of prayers and battle cries. I have to go. You guys are all crazy. My friend, it has been a long time since we spent time together, wouldn't you agree? We haven't even gone for a stroll. I miss your company. Camilla's eyes are a natural sheen to them, and her shallow breath emerges from her throat with feverish staccato. Are you alright? Yes and no. Her eyes are wet. I am quite well, but there's a way to improve my well-being 100-fold. Alright, hint taken. Where do you want to go together? I am pleased you understand. No one understands me better than you. She bares her teeth with a predatory smile. I would like to suggest a little adventure. Take me to the brothel. Alright, if that's what you want. I must say I find your willingness to indulge my whims very appealing. However, there is such a thing as being too accommodating. Agreeing to join me on my escapade without even knowing the details is hardly wise. My request is not as simple as it first appears. A faraway look appears. Maria is demanding blood. Her whispers are growing ever more insistent, becoming overwhelming, muddling my thoughts, stopping me from thinking about anything else. We need to help her, Redfern, and I know how. In the 10,000 Delights, there is a special service. It is offered to those who already know of its existence. Deep below the brothel, there is a place where there are no limits. Do you understand? What's more, this service entails making pleasure slaves of the persons your heart desires above others. I would like to seize this opportunity. Alright, we do here is fight and kill. Isn't that enough blood for Mira already? To feed Mira's blood, I must perform a particular ritual. Select a victim, cut him open from the neck to the navel, wait for his life to leave his body, then lower Miria's amulet into the warm flesh, and then take a piece of that flesh inside myself. You already know how it works. You forbade me from killing subjects of Dresden, but here in the Abyss it's entirely different matter. We're not even in your lands anymore. What difference does a death make to an unknown pleasure slave? The fate of Glorian. Perception check passed. Hold on. Shouldn't Marion be the one selecting the victims? In the brothel, you'll just have to accept whoever is given. And anyway, why does the spirit of Glorian need the blood of someone here in the Abyss? Milla's answer doesn't come immediately. You see, Redfern, the Abyss has completely addled her mind. Now she simply craves blood, any blood, from whatever source, even from someone not Glorian. The brothel promises to turn the slave of whomever we wish. We shall do this offer. You're very well informed. How did you learn all this? Let's just say I made inquiries. I don't like your tone. Forgive me, it was only a request. I refuse to be involved in these sordid affairs. Oh, that's a pity. I can't say I wasn't expecting this response, but nevertheless it is disappointing. Life is a funny thing, isn't it? You'll find yourself in a new city and suddenly bump into old acquaintances. Skamark here. Wanderlug spits on the floor, grinning strangely. You felt it too, Lan? The bloodthirst, the soft whispers calling to your violence. Finally paying attention, are you? Oh no, I don't hear any whispers or feel any bloodthirst, Wendu. See, a healer, I think you're insane. Savu who? Very funny, we're surrounded by demons and they all got tricky names. You can't expect us to remember all of them. Savaka is the one who's been kidnapping mongrels for ages in the caves and turning them into insane beasts. We met him, scrawny looking guy with a long tail. How do you know he's here? I can feel it. You know, it's like a scent. You can smell something unusual once in your life and remember it forever. Assuming he's here, shouldn't we look for him? Now that I don't know, but this thing, it seems to grow weaker and stronger as we move around. So if you put me on the scent, I'll lead you to him like a hound. All right, we'll find him together. Land can replace Sila. The whole city, but one of the demons' lair will start with. Take me with you, Master. I can feel him too, but my senses are more finely honed than Land's. Kima's poison runs in my veins. I never thought I'd say this, but that might not be such a bad idea.
Focus on the goal.
We have a ton of people here. Where are they?
Watch out for trouble.
Here they are. Pleasure slaves. Horrible, this is not a palace. These are some filthy caves. Staying here is disgusting. I want to go back to Daddy Dunk House. It is so uncomfortable here. Damp and nasty. You guys are rude. I saved you from slavery, you ungrateful little wretch.
Keep your calm.
All right, we are going to end here, I think. For the day. It's a little early, but I've got some business to take care of, and so I need to get that done. But we will pick up tomorrow at the same time. Let's save this. Part 12. So we will pick up tomorrow at the same time, which is 10 at my time, and we will continue our journey into the Abyss. We have a lot of missions that we've taken on. We have a lot of things that we need to get done. We still have the Abyssal loot slots, and so yeah, we're going to pick this up tomorrow, and we will continue our adventure. Thank you all so much for joining me today. This was a lot of fun, and I really appreciate it. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me. Take care, everybody.